Week 3. This unit focuses on the essential role of corporate governance in ensuring the sustainable growth and stability of companies. Corporate governance acts as the guiding force in balancing the varied interests of shareholders, stakeholders, and future stakeholders, providing the framework for effective company management. You'll explore different governance models, such as shareholder-focused, stakeholder-oriented, and integrated approaches to understand how they address financial, social, and environmental goals. The unit will also cover challenges in governance, like agency issues and information asymmetry, and examine how various ownership structures impact governance effectiveness. Corporate governance is about controlling and directing the company. The starting point is the objective of the company. In the shareholder model, the ultimate control is with shareholders, who usually aim to maximize company profits and thus put financial value as the company objective. In contrast, the stakeholder model includes other stakeholders, notably employees and customers, alongside shareholders. The integrated model expands the company objective to integrated value, which combines financial, social, and environmental value. This includes not just current stakeholders and shareholders, but also future stakeholders, by representing the environment and people not yet born. The conflict of interest between managers and shareholders has been at the heart of corporate governance research for decades. However, this debate changes if one broadens the objective of the firm to integrated value. How does one balance the interests of the various stakeholders? What information is used for this balancing? What ownership structures and governance mechanisms are most effective in balancing these interests? How can management be held accountable to stakeholders? The answers lie in the concept of integrated value as introduced in Chap. 1. It provides guidance on the required information, the alignment of interests, accountability, and decision-making, which involves dealing with trade-offs between the interests of various stakeholders. Overview. Corporate governance is about controlling and directing the company. The starting point is the objective of the company, a central theme in this corporate finance book. In the shareholder model, the ultimate control is with shareholders, although several mechanisms may limit the power of shareholders in practice. Shareholders aim to maximize company profits and thus put financial value as the company objective. In contrast, the stakeholder model includes other stakeholders, notably employees, alongside shareholders. Depending on its particular version, it may or may not include other important stakeholders, such as customers, suppliers, and local communities in which companies operate. The stakeholder model focuses on financial and social value as the company objective. Finally, the integrated model takes future stakeholders into account by representing the environment and people not yet born. The integrated model expands the company objective to integrated value, which combines financial, social, and environmental value. The emergence of the integrated model changes the discussion in corporate governance. Thus far, the discussion has focused mainly on the question, is management acting in the interests of shareholders and other stakeholders of the company? This question arises from the separation of ownership and management in the publicly listed company. The conflict of interest between managers and shareholders has been at the heart of corporate governance research for decades. To some extent, it has been challenged by stakeholder theory. However, the corporate governance debate should be broadened to include other stakeholders, the environment, and future stakeholders. In corporate governance, there are two related problems. 1. Asymmetric information between insiders and outsiders, and 2. Agency problems between management, agents, and stakeholders, principals. As corporate ownership varies around the world, corporate governance challenges differ. Nevertheless, corporate scandals occur in all corporate governance regimes. The balancing of the interests of various stakeholders is central to corporate governance. But what information is used for this balancing? Is it financial information only? Or is social and environmental information included as well? What ownership structures and governance mechanisms are most effective in balancing these interests? How can management be held accountable? The answers lie in the concept of integrated value as introduced in Chap. 1. It is instrumental in providing the required information and aligning the interests of financial, social, and environmental stakeholders in ex-ante decision-making and ex-post accountability. Integrated value can also provide guidance on dealing with trade-offs between the interests of various stakeholders. In contrast, the shareholder model gives priority to financial value, as most shareholders are financially driven. The stakeholder model lacks good measures of comparison and tends to focus on specific stakeholders while neglecting others. Learning objectives. After you have studied this chapter, you should be able to explain the role of corporate governance in steering companies' behaviors. Analyze the influence of asymmetric information and agency problems. Distinguish and analyze the main corporate governance models. Explain how the interests of various stakeholders can be balanced. Describe differences in ownership structures across the world. 3.1 Current corporate governance models. Disconnects between the owners or shareholders of a company, its managers, and the society in which the company operates can and do happen. Hence, the importance of corporate governance, which refers to the mechanisms, relations, and processes by which a company is controlled and directed. It involves balancing the many interests of a company's stakeholders. Modern insights from corporate governance go beyond financial factors. At the core of corporate governance, there are two problems, see Fig. 3.1. Figure 3.1. The two main corporate governance problems. Full-size image. The first is asymmetric information about a company between the insiders of the company, corporate management, and the outsiders, stakeholders. The second is the agency problem whereby the agents, corporate management, may not act in the interest of the principals, stakeholders. These two problems aggravate each other. The information asymmetry makes it harder to ascertain to what extent the agent works for the principals, while the agency problem gives incentives to the agents to worsen information asymmetry. This section reviews the current shareholder model and stakeholder models. Section 3.2 introduces the integrated model of corporate governance. 3.1.1 The shareholder model. As corporate ownership varies around the world, so do corporate governance challenges. Anglo countries, a group of English-speaking countries made up of the United Kingdom, Australia, the USA, Canada, and New Zealand, typically have companies with dispersed shareholders and active trading in stock markets. Laporta et al., 1999, indicate that common law countries such as the UK, USA, Australia, and Canada fit this picture. In this setting, classical agency theory focuses on conflicts of interest between owners, i.e., shareholders, as principals and managers as agents, Jensen and Meckling, 1976. Does the manager put in enough effort? Does he or she act in the interest of the shareholder? Solutions are found in the control and incentivization of managers. Examples are contracts for a limited term, typically 4 years, and performance-related pay, see Sect. 3.4. A strong element of the shareholder model is the accountability of management and the scope for correction, such as the removal of management or takeover of the company in case of underperformance, see Chap. 18. However, these solutions can create new problems because managers might become incentivized to focus on short-term profits only. Shareholder value is a long-term concept because it incorporates all future cash flows. But there is evidence of managers focusing on short-term earnings targets, Graham et al., 2005. Furthermore, managers with short-term incentives, such as stock and options packages, cut investment to meet short-term earnings targets, Edmonds et al., 2017. Short-termism can result in massive losses for both shareholders and stakeholders. Box 3.1 provides an example. Box 3.1, Short-termism at Boeing. As highlighted in this example from aircraft manufacturer Boeing, short-termism can result in massive losses for shareholders and stakeholders. Boeing hid significant instrument and flight control risks in its 737 MAX aircraft from airlines. This resulted in 2 crashes in 2018 and 2019, in which 346 people died. A CNN article footnote 1 argued that Boeing's 737 MAX debacle could be the most expensive corporate blunder ever. Boeing has detailed about $20 billion in direct costs from the grounding, $8.6 billion in compensation to customers for having their planes grounded, $5 billion for unusual costs of production, and $6.3 billion for increased costs of the 737 MAX program. The article then went on to say that the indirect costs of canceled orders could be double that number, resulting in total costs of well over $60 billion. A Los Angeles Times article footnote 2 argued that Boeing had sacrificed quality on the altar of shareholder value. Chief Executive Dennis Muhlenberg testified before Congress. He was awful. He kept saying that safety was part of Boeing's DNA. Yet the evidence that angry legislators confronted him with internal emails, for the most part, suggested just the opposite, that safety was no longer high on Boeing's list of priorities. What was ascendant was maximizing shareholder value, with catastrophic consequences, controlling shareholders and the risk of tunneling. In contrast to the common law countries, mainland Europe and Asia have more companies with controlling shareholders. This brings more direct relations with management and, potentially, better monitoring. However, these companies may still disadvantage minority shareholders and other stakeholders. A case in point is the illegal business practice of tunneling, whereby a controlling shareholder directs company assets to themselves for personal gain, e.g., to other parts of their business group, at the expense of minority shareholders. Bay et al., 2002, Bebchuk and Weisbach, 2010. Strong shareholder protection measures are, then, a solution to protect minority shareholders. The controlling shareholder, often the family or the state, can directly appoint the manager. La Porta et al., 1999. In these civil law countries, the market for corporate control is less active, and management is held less accountable and more entrenched than in common law countries. As a result, intervention in underperforming companies can be delayed or not happen at all. 3.1.2 The Stakeholder Model. Civil codes typically embrace the interest of a broad set of stakeholders, notably employees. Freeman, 1984. As explained in Chap. 1, the stakeholder model argues that managers should balance the interests of all stakeholders, which include financial agents, shareholders, and debt holders, as well as social agents, employees, consumers, suppliers. The corporate law of stakeholder-oriented countries tends to specify that boards should act in the interest of the company and its stakeholders. Some countries, such as Germany, even enshrine the rights of employees in legislation. In the so-called system of cotermination, both shareholders and employees can appoint representatives to a company's board. This may still result in poor outcomes, with shareholder and employee interests being maximized at the expense of other stakeholders. For example, in the Dieselgate scandal at Volkswagen, the shareholders pushed for profits, F, the local government pushed for jobs, S, and the E suffered as engineers gamed engine software to artificially meet emissions standards. See box 3.2 below. Leong and Rennebaug, 2017, find that cross-country variation in companies' sustainability efforts is partly explained by legal origin. Legal origin refers to the distinction between common law, created by judges and written opinions, and civil law, rooted in Roman law, with core principles coded into a referable system, which are alternative systems of social control of economic life. Environmental, social, and governance (ESG) scores tend to be higher in civil law countries than in common law countries, reflecting social preferences for good corporate behavior and a stakeholder orientation. Such social preferences are embedded in rule-based mechanisms that restrict firm behavior ex ante. These mechanisms are more prevalent in civil law countries. In contrast, ex post judicial settlement mechanisms are more important in common law countries. The English common law tradition emphasizes shareholder primacy and a private market-oriented strategy of social control, and perhaps because of this emphasis, it is also less stakeholder-oriented. Leong and Rennebaug, 2017. Corporate governance codes. As legislation lacks flexibility, best practices in corporate governance are typically enshrined in corporate governance codes, which can be updated more frequently. Leading countries have a corporate governance committee or council with members drawn from industry, investors, trade unions, and academia. Corporate governance codes have started to address the narrow shareholder perspective and short-termism in financial markets. Interesting examples are the Dutch and UK corporate governance codes, which include long-term value creation for a company's various stakeholders as a corporate objective. 3.1.3 Governance and Company Value. Good governance contributes to the value of the company. Well-run companies are better able to realize their long-term, or integrated, value potential by making better decisions, including investment decisions. In contrast, bad governance depresses company value and can lead to corporate defaults. See box 3.2. The higher valuation of well-run companies is a combination of expanding business, integrated value creation, and reducing risk, lower cost of capital. The strength of corporate governance varies across countries. First, the ownership structure varies across the world, as set out in Sect 3.3. Next, there is a strong correlation between company-level governance and the broad institutional setting of a country. Leakage of capital from companies, which is accommodated by weak country-level institutions, is detrimental to building sustainable business. Kahn, 2019. No corporate governance model is immune to corporate scandals, which can and do happen in all major regions. Well-known examples are Enron in the USA, Volkswagen in Europe, and Olympus in Japan. See box 3.2. These corporate scandals reveal classical agency problems in companies, whereby management has several ways to boost profits and hide problems. The aim of corporate governance is to mitigate these agency problems. Box 3.2. Corporate scandals across the world. Enron. The collapse of Enron in 2001, at the time the largest corporate bankruptcy in American history, involved the use of accounting loopholes, special purpose entities, and poor financial reporting. In that way, management, i.e., the CEO and the CFO, of the energy company was able to hide billions of dollars in debt from failed deals and projects. These practices inflated Enron's accounts and performance. The bankruptcy of Enron also led to the closure of its accountant, Arthur Andersen. Volkswagen. In 2015, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency found that many VW cars sold in America had a defeat device software in diesel engines which could detect that the engines were being tested. changing the performance accordingly to improve results. Volkswagen engineers installed the software as they were under pressure from the company's major push to sell diesel cars in the U.S., backed by a huge marketing campaign proclaiming its cars' low emissions. Volkswagen admitted cheating emissions tests in the USA and paid billions in damages. As a response, there was a major overhaul of VW's management board in Germany, Olympus. In October 2011, Michael Woodford was suddenly ousted as chief executive of optical equipment manufacturer Olympus, launching a scandal. Woodford's sin was that he exposed one of the biggest and longest-running loss-hiding arrangements in Japanese corporate history. Irregular payments for acquisitions resulted in very significant asset impairment charges in the company's accounts. The corruption scandal involved concealment of more than 117.7 billion yen, $1.5 billion of investment losses and other dubious fees, as well as suspicion of covert payments to criminal organizations. By 2012, this scandal had wiped out 75 to 80% of the company's stock market valuation and had led to the resignation of much of the board. 3.2 The integrated model of corporate governance. To update the stakeholder model, the integrated model of corporate governance introduces integrated value, which combines financial, social, and environmental value as a central company objective. The company then optimizes the interests of both current and future stakeholders. Table 3.1 compares the three main models, which are explained in Chap. 1. The differences between the models follow from their different objectives. In the shareholder model, the company is supposed to be run in the interests of the shareholders, thus to maximize financial value. The other models hold that managers should act in the interests of the stakeholders, including shareholders, and expand the company objective to stakeholder value and integrated value, respectively. Table 3.1 comparing corporate governance models. Full-size table. The strength of the shareholder model lies in its single measure of success, shareholder value, which improves the simplicity of decision-making and accountability, but at the cost of ignoring social and environmental objectives. Chapter 2 shows how companies can create integrated value by combining economic, shareholder, and societal, other stakeholders, value. While the stakeholder and integrated models include these interests, the multiple objectives provide unclear guidance for decision-making and accountability. Tyrrell, 2001. The solution is to develop rules for balancing the interests of the various stakeholders. The balancing of interests for integrated value creation can be done qualitatively and quantitatively. 3.2.1 How can interests be balanced? Mayer, 2018-2022, argues that directors should act according to the company's purpose, the reasons why the company was created, why it exists, and what it is there to do. These reasons should be the guiding star of the board, and not the rigid rules of shareholder rights or primacy that trump other interests. It is in light of the company's purpose and its associated values that the board's actions and performance should be judged. Directors have the right to act with judgment, business judgment, and they should exercise that judgment in a form that they believe is appropriate to the circumstances. By making corporate values explicit, management becomes accountable to deliver on corporate purpose. Mayer, 2022, encourages a multiplicity of purposes across companies and competition in models to deliver them, to stimulate innovation. This also means that companies should report on their performance in achieving their purpose. For example, if a company's purpose is to improve people's health, the company should collect data on the health improvements it achieves and report on it. See Chap. 17. A different approach is taken by Edmonds, 2020. He develops principles of multiplication, comparative advantage, and materiality, which do not rely on calculations. Edmonds 2020, page 61, stresses that value is only created when an enterprise uses resources to deliver more value than they could do elsewhere. The social benefits exceed the social opportunity costs. The three interrelated principles should guide a manager's judgment to deliver value in complex situations with multiple stakeholders. The principle of multiplication ensures that the social benefits exceed private costs, which is an easy hurdle to pass. The principle of comparative advantage requires the company to deliver more value with an activity than other companies would. Finally, the principle of materiality asks whether the stakeholders that benefit from the company's activity are material to the company. The combined application of these principles makes it likely that the activity creates profits by creating value for society. However, this does not necessarily mean that negative impacts are avoided. The common element of these qualitative approaches is that a company should, in accordance with its purpose, deliver value to its main stakeholders. Both Mayer, 2018, and Edmonds, 2020, argue that it is not only difficult or impossible to forecast the monetary effect on each stakeholder, but also difficult to weight the different stakeholders. Therefore, you cannot measure overall societal value. This leaves the problem of holding management accountable to its multiple stakeholders, Bebchuk and Talarita, 2021, Tyrrell, 2001. 3.2.2 Integrated Measure. To address the accountability challenge, an integrated measure that captures overall societal value is needed. Chapter 6 develops an integrated value measure that balances financial, social, and environmental value. This is done by expressing social and environmental value in monetary terms and attaching different parameters to each type of value, depending on a company's purpose. The basic model for integrated value, CEQ 1.4 in Chap. 1 is as follows. For equals FV plus BSV plus CV. 3.1. Where FV, SV, and EV represent financial, social, and environmental value, see Chap. 6 on the methods to measure social and environmental value. The parameters B and C are the weightings for the social and environmental value dimensions. These decision rules allow for a structured balancing of stakeholder interests. The company board can set the parameters, B and C, of the decision rules in advance and in dialogue with the company's main stakeholders, Schoenmacher et al., 2023. As a result, management has clear guidance for selecting investment projects and can be held accountable by its main stakeholders on the delivery of integrated value against these rules. Chapter 6 explains the working and application of the integrated value measure in more detail. Appropriate measurement and reporting on integrated value, see Chap. 17, also help to reduce asymmetric information between management and stakeholders. A key issue in the design of decision rules is the weighting across the value dimensions. While shareholder-driven companies only value the financial dimension, B equals C equals 0, companies that pursue integrated value creation also give a positive weight to the social and environmental dimensions. B equals C much greater than 0. But by how much? The current regime is characterized by a very small weighting of social and environmental value in the order of magnitude of B equals C equals 0.1. This is quite close to the shareholder model. What weights should a responsible company pursuing integrated value choose? There are 2 reasons to take social and environmental value into account. The first reason is normative. Companies may want to behave responsibly, B equals C equals 1, to keep their license to operate, as explained in the introduction of this book. The second reason is that companies may want to improve their competitive position by including social and environmental value in their business model ahead of the expected internalization of negative impacts. The transition dynamics towards sustainable products and services can go fast, as explained in Chap. 2. Early adopters can build a competitive advantage. The model allows companies to choose their degree of sustainability from intermediate, B equals C equals 0.5, and equal weights, B equals C equals 1, footnote 3 to purposeful. Higher weights for the social and environmental dimensions than for the financial dimension, B equals C greater than 1. The majority of responsible companies may apply intermediate or equal weights, depending on the expected speed of internalization. An example of a company that appears to be applying intermediate weights of approximately 1/2 is the Dutch-Swiss nutrition company DSM-Firmenich. Through a combination of strategic acquisitions and internal restructuring, DSM has been transforming itself from a chemical company to a nutrition company, anticipating the transition to healthy food. See box 18.4 in Chap. 18 on the DSM transformation. A minority of purposeful companies are leaders in the shift to operating within social and planetary boundaries by shaking up industries and supply chains. Those that are able to scale up their comparative advantage are the ultimate frontrunners that accelerate the transition to a sustainable economy. Edmonds, 2020. Example of such a frontrunner is Patagonia, the outdoor clothing company, which sets very rigorous standards for sustainable clothing. Chapter 11 highlights the sustainability challenges for the fast fashion industry. Interestingly, Patagonia's founder announced in 2022 that he was giving away the company to protect its purpose. This is how he put it in an open letter footnote 4. Instead of going public, you could say we're going purpose. Instead of extracting value from nature and transforming it into wealth for investors, we'll use the wealth Patagonia creates to protect the source of all wealth. Here's how it works. 100% of the company's voting stock transfers to the Patagonia Purpose Trust, created to protect the company's values, and 100% of the non-voting stock had been given to the Holdfast Collective, a nonprofit dedicated to fighting the environmental crisis and defending nature. The funding will come from Patagonia. Each year, the money we make after reinvesting in the business will be distributed as a dividend to help fight the environmental crisis. 3.3 Ownership and integrated value creation. 3.3.1 The public company. From the onset of the Industrial Revolution, the public company emerged as the main corporate vehicle in the United Kingdom and the USA. It enabled external financing on stock markets for the large investments needed to build industrial factories and infrastructure. For example, in the USA in the 19th century, the largest stock-listed companies were railroad companies. These Anglo countries typically have widely held firms with dispersed shareholders and active share trading in stock markets. Figure 3.2 indicates that the United Kingdom, the USA, Australia, Canada, and Ireland fit this picture. First panel. The shareholder model is the leading model in these common law countries. Figure 3.2. Corporate ownership around the world. Note, the figures classify countries according to corporate ownership. They present means for each variable, using 10% as the criterion for control, for a sample of the 20 largest firms in 27 countries. Source: adapted from La Porta et al., 1999. Full-size image. In contrast, continental Europe, Asia, and Latin America have more firms with controlling shareholders in the form of a family or a state. Second and third panel. External finance is then raised predominantly through bank loans instead of shares. These countries typically adopt the stakeholder model. Figure 3.2 shows that family or state ownership is common in Switzerland, Germany, France, the Netherlands, Italy, Spain, South Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, Argentina, and Mexico. The public company is an important corporate vehicle, but there are alternative solutions for the organizational form of companies. An important question is to what extent these alternative forms of organization can be scaled up. 3.3.2 Alternative company forms. Private companies, held by families, foundations, and private equity. The first alternative to the publicly listed and widely held company is the private company. As public companies have difficulties resolving agency problems between investors and managers, private companies financed by debt and private equity are gaining in importance. Kale and Stolz, 2017. The private equity holder is directly involved with management and can intervene directly with the company. See Chap. 10. Private equity adopts absolute performance measurement, which is generally better aligned with company interests than the relative view of institutional investors on publicly listed companies. See Box 3.3. The private equity model can be scaled up, as institutional investors are an important source of capital for private equity. However, there are capacity limits in terms of the skills required and costs made. Box 3.3. Relative versus absolute performance measurement. Investors in publicly listed companies typically focus on the relative performance of companies, as their own performance as investors is judged relative to the market index. See Chap. 12. They are thus less interested in the specifics of individual companies, which they label portfolio companies, as long as the performance is in line with the market. In contrast, private equity investors are interested in the absolute performance of their companies. In fact, they can hardly judge relative performance since they have difficulty comparing the performance of their company with that of other companies, as there are no stock prices available. Private equity investors perform fundamental analysis based on a company's cash flows, return on invested capital, EBIT margins, and growth prospects. All these metrics are used to arrive at an assessment of the intrinsic value of a company. De Jong et al., 2017. Other sources of private equity with concentrated ownership are families and foundations. Industrial foundations are often created by the founder or their family, who typically wants to continue the family business. Members of the founding family remain active on the boards of many industrial foundations. Thompson et al., 2018. Box 3.4 shows the example of the IKEA Foundation. Thompson et al., 2018, show that foundations are patient and committed shareholders, enhancing the longevity of companies. While the tension between shareholders and other stakeholders is still present in privately owned companies, some families or foundations are adopting integrated or long-term value creation as an investment goal. De Jong et al., 2017. Family firms excel at smoothing out industry shocks and manage to honor implicit labor contracts. This allows family firms to pay lower wages. Srer and Thesmar, 2007. Box 3.4. IKEA Foundation. IKEA is a well-known company that designs and sells ready-to-assemble furniture, kitchen appliances, and home accessories. Founded in Sweden in 1943 by the 17-year-old Ingvar Kamprad, IKEA has become one of the world's largest furniture retailers. The founder created two foundations that own the IKEA Group, INGK Foundation and Interogo Foundation. In 2013, Ingvar Kamprad stepped down and appointed his youngest son Matthias Kamprad as chairman. Matthias and his two older brothers, who also have leadership roles at IKEA, work on the corporation's overall vision and long-term strategy. The cooperation. A second organizational form is the cooperation. A cooperation or cooperative is created by groups of people, such as customers or suppliers, working together for common or mutual benefit instead of profit. The interests of the major stakeholders, i.e. customers or suppliers, are then aligned with the company in the cooperation model. A major drawback, however, is that a cooperation cannot raise equity beyond its members. The lack of access to external equity can become a constraint on expansion when the cooperation grows large or makes a loss, eroding equity. Moreover, cooperatives do not always incorporate the interests of stakeholders beyond their membership. Cooperatives go back to the 19th century. See Box 3.5. Box 3.5, Credit Cooperatives. The credit cooperative was an answer to the problems farmers had in obtaining credit from regular banks during the agricultural depression in Germany in the 1850s. Raiffeisen created a firm jointly owned by German farmers, the Credit Cooperative. It was based on democratic governance by members, long-term horizon and relationships, locality, and combination of economic and social goals. Groeneveld, 2020. The Raiffeisen cooperative model is still present today, for example in the Dutch Rabobank, the Austrian Raiffeisen Central Bank, and the German Raiffeisen cooperatives. B Corporation. A third organizational form is the B Corporation, which is a company that is certified as meeting certain social and environmental standards. Kim et al., 2016. The B Corporation certification is provided on a private basis to for-profit companies by B Lab, a global nonprofit organization. To be granted certification and to preserve it, companies must receive a minimum score for social and environmental performance. Public transparency and accountability for balancing profit and purpose are other requirements. However, the B Corporation has no legal status, unlike the Benefit Corporation, which is a legal form conferred by state law in the USA. Figure 3.3 shows the exponential rise of certified B Corp. The number of B Corp rose from 43 in 2008 to 4413 in 2021, spanning 77 countries. Figure 3.3. Number of certified B Corporations. Source: adapted from B Lab. Full-size image. The B Corporation highlights the tension between the shareholder and the integrated model described in Sect. 3.2. Danone, a global food company and one of the larger B Corp, is an example where tensions came to the surface. See Box 3.6. Box 3.6. Danone as B Corp. Danone is a global food company headquartered in France. It is an industry leader in implementing sustainable agricultural practices. While Danone aims for 100% B Corp certification, several divisions of Danone have already acquired B Corp certification. B Corp are accountable for balancing profit and purpose, which in this book we call integrated performance, financial, social, and environmental. In early 2021, activist investors started to pressure Danone on its poor financial performance and asked for the dismissal of its CEO, Emmanuel Faber, who championed Danone as B Corp ideally. The CEO would have been held accountable for Danone's integrated performance by its stakeholders. However, the shareholders called the shots and fired the CEO because of poor financial performance. Of course, companies need to meet financial, social, and environmental performance standards. However, accountability should be based on a holistic view of the three dimensions. In practice, this means that the board needs to ensure that profit, financial performance, and purpose, social and environmental performance, are well balanced. A prolonged shortfall on either side creates pressure. Social enterprise. A fourth organizational form is the social enterprise or foundation with a social or environmental objective, e.g., a hospital promoting healthcare. These social enterprises or foundations are nonprofit, but to continue their operations they need to obtain sufficient funding, which may involve pressure from funders. Societal impact comes first at these organizations, reflected in a higher parameter value for B and/or C in EQ 3.1. To prevent governance problems, these parameters are best set explicitly by management in discussion with its stakeholders. Governmental organization. A fifth organizational form is a governmental organization with a public objective. This ranges from a full governmental organization to a majority, state-owned company or a private company with government intervention by means of strict regulations or Pigouvian taxes. See chap. 2. The advantage of governmental organizations is that they are run for the public good. However, the challenge is to operate efficiently in the public domain as the profit motive is missing. Moreover, governmental organizations are dependent on the public budget for expansion, which may lead to underinvestment when public finances are tight. Box 3.7 discusses the importance of state-owned companies in China. Box 3.7, State-owned enterprises in China. State-owned enterprises, SOEs, play an important role in the Chinese economy. While SOEs have lower economic performance due to low production efficiency, they also have advantages. Lin et al., 2020. 1. Government interventions in the market can benefit the economy by maximizing resource mobility to capital-intensive industries, which are essential for the economy. 2. SOEs are a second-best way to maintain social stability by offering employment during economic recessions. 3. The government can use SOEs to maintain control over key elements of society, the commanding heights of state control. The Chinese government can thus implement social and environmental policies in a more direct way through its SOEs. SOEs have two sets of agency problems. The first is between the controlling shareholder, the state, who has 100% of the voting rights, and the minority shareholders, see Sect. 3.1. The second is between the controlling shareholder, the state, and the managers. On the financing side, the Chinese banking sector is also controlled by the government. SOEs can therefore obtain long-term loans with low credit worthiness requirements, resulting in a large number of non-performing loans. Lin et al., 2020. Chinese SOEs are thus less constrained by the public budget than government organizations in other countries, but there is also an elevated risk of creating zombie companies. A zombie company is an uncompetitive company that needs a bailout to operate successfully, or an indebted company that is only able to repay interest on its debt. 3.3.3 Role of institutional investors. Institutional investors are large, financial institutions that manage investments, equities, bonds, and alternative assets for clients and beneficiaries. Traditional institutional investors include investment funds, pension funds, and insurance companies. Alternative institutional investors include sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, and private equity. As professional parties, institutional investors have the means and knowledge to engage with companies. They play an increasingly important role in the investment landscape. Figure 3.4 shows that the size of traditional institutional investors has increased from 67% of GDP in 1990 to 230% of GDP in 2016. Institutional investment is expected to rise further due to aging, reduction of Social Security, and increased wealth. Darvas and Schoenmaker, 2018. Figure 3.4. Rise of institutional investors. Assets as a percent of GDP. Note: assets of institutional investors, pension funds, insurers, and investment funds of 15 large EU countries, Switzerland and the USA as percent of GDP. Source: authors' calculations based on ECB 2017 and OECD 2017. Full-size image. Institutional investors have become important players in the stock market. Table 3.2 shows that their share of equity holdings has increased to approximately 65% across developed countries. Traditional institutional investors, investment funds, pension funds, and insurers own 58% of equity holdings, and alternative institutional investors, sovereign wealth funds, and hedge funds own another 7%. Institutional investors are thus the dominant shareholders of publicly listed companies. Table 3.2 Share of institutional investors in equity, 2016. Full-size table. This means they can potentially wield a lot of power. How can investors exert influence on the companies in which they invest? Institutional investors have two choices for action if they are disappointed with an investee company. 1. Voice or direct intervention. They can engage with management to try to institute change and vote on shareholder resolutions at the annual general meeting. Or 2. Exit or divestment. They can leave the company by selling shares or threaten to leave. The drawback of exit/divestment is that the impact may be limited, as another investor simply buys the shares without questioning management and nothing may change. Engagement refers to investors' dialogue with investee companies on a broad range of ESG issues. Of course, the question then arises of how effective this engagement is. Moreover, there are concerns that both voice and exit are limited by the rise of passive investments. These are investments in which institutional investors delegate much of their influence to a small number of index providers, Petri et al., 2021, and index funds, Fichtner et al., 2017, which have few incentives to exercise their voice and exit activities. Large investment funds, such as BlackRock and Fidelity, offer index funds, also called exchange-traded funds, that passively invest in the market index. See box 12.3 in Chap. 12. There is, however, a counter-movement, with some pension funds building more concentrated portfolios based on active management and engagement with investee companies. Schoenmaker and Schmid, 2019. Institutional investors can increase their impact by forming coalitions to foster joint engagement. Dimson et al., 2021, provide evidence that collaboration among activist investors is instrumental in increasing the success rate of social and environmental engagements. Emerging evidence indicates that large institutional investors, in particular pension funds, drive the social and environmental performance of companies. Dyke et al., 2019. These institutions are motivated by both financial and social returns. In contrast, hedge funds hold smaller shares, only 1.6% of aggregate equity in Table 3.2, but are very active shareholders and more financially driven. Hedge fund campaigns are associated with three broad sets of outcomes for targeted companies. A. An immediate but short-lived increase in market value and profitability. B. Decreases in the number of employees, operating expenses, R&D spending, and capital expenditures. And C. The suppression of corporate social performance. Desjardins and Durand, 2020. 3.4 Corporate Governance Mechanisms. Section 3.2 has set out how the integrated model can broaden corporate governance to various stakeholders and how the board can apply an integrated value measure to quantify and balance the underlying financial, social, and environmental value creation for these stakeholders. The next question is what mechanisms can be designed to make the integrated model operational. How to include the interests of the various stakeholders in board decision-making. This section reviews the mechanisms to include the interests of the various stakeholders on the board. These mechanisms can be enshrined in company law or in board mechanisms at the company level. 3.4.1 Role of company law. The European Union is most advanced in including the interests of the social and environmental stakeholders in legislation. Figure 3.5 illustrates the EU's Sustainable Finance Strategy footnote 5 with 4 key components. Figure 3.5. EU Sustainable Finance Strategy. Full-size image. Sustainability disclosure. The starting point of the European legal framework is to create a consistent and coherent flow of sustainability information throughout the financial value chain. The first two components cover this information flow. The Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, CSRD, effective from January 2025, requires large companies to systematically disclose information in the way they manage social and environmental challenges, including negative impacts and double materiality, see CHAP. 2. This helps investors, consumers, and other stakeholders evaluate the sustainability performance of companies, and it encourages these companies to develop a responsible approach to business. Taxonomy. The investment side is covered by the EU taxonomy of green investment. This classification system establishes a list of environmentally sustainable economic activities. The taxonomy requires companies to disclose certain indicators about the extent to which their activities are environmentally sustainable, according to the taxonomy. By providing appropriate definitions to companies and investors on which economic activities can be considered environmentally sustainable, the taxonomy, 1. Creates security for investors, 2. Protects private investors from greenwashing, and 3. Helps companies to plan the transition. This will eventually help in the scale-up of sustainable investment. As of early 2023, the European Union is planning to expand the taxonomy in several ways. 1. To cover gray and brown investments that are detrimental to sustainability, and 2. To include S, social, in addition to E, ecological, activities. In this way, the EU would reward investors that transform brown or gray companies into green ones, such as done by the Follow This initiative. For example, see Box 3.8. Box 3.8, Follow This and oil companies. Follow This is a non-governmental organization, NGO, pressuring the oil industry. Mark Van Baal, the founder, realized that to change the oil industry, he would have to become a shareholder. He bought the minimum amount of shares to file resolutions in the 5 major oil companies in Europe and the USA. He submitted resolutions asking the oil majors to align their emission targets with the Paris Climate Agreement. The management teams appealed to shareholders to vote against these resolutions. The next step was to convince other large shareholders to vote in favor of the resolutions. Starting with 3% voting for it and another 3% withholding from voting at Shell's annual general meeting in 2016, Follow This obtained 30% voting for its resolution in 2021. The voting patterns for the other oil majors are similar. The boards of the oil majors have now started to talk to Follow This and feel the pressure to speed up the transition to renewable energy in order to meet the Paris targets. Investor duties. With respect to investors' duties, the European legal framework requires institutional investors to integrate sustainability considerations into their investment decision-making process. This supports the integrated model of corporate governance from the investor side. Corporate governance. Finally, the European Sustainable Corporate Governance Initiative aims to encourage businesses to consider environmental, social, human, and economic impacts in their business decisions and to focus on long-term sustainable value creation rather than short-term financial value. 3.4.2 Board mechanisms at the company level. There are several mechanisms to include the interests of the various stakeholders in board decision-making. Figure 3.6 provides an overview. Figure 3.6. Board mechanisms to foster stakeholder interests. Full-size image. Formal stakeholder models. Formal stakeholder models, such as co-termination, under which employees and possibly other groups elect directors along with shareholders. typically focus on the particular interests of the involved stakeholder groups rather than the general interest of the company. Moreover, the scope and number of stakeholders evolve over time, while formal mechanisms are static. Board mandates. A more flexible mechanism is formulating formal board mandates for sustainability at the company level. These formal board mandates can be incorporated into the company's charter or bylaws, Ramani and Ward, 2019. Such mandates make sustainability an explicit board priority and facilitate board sustainability oversight. To make it work, boards must disclose whether they discuss sustainability with management during board meetings. Boards can then work with management to identify specific social and environmental priorities for the company, include them in the company's strategy, and assess their impact on the company's integrated value. Board composition and expertise. Another mechanism is the composition of a board and the expertise of its members. Coffey, 2020, argues for broadly representative and diverse boards that are sensitive to the company's impact on society. Such broad and diverse boards are diverse not only in terms of gender, ethnicity, and age, but also expertise. Without directors who have the proper sustainability expertise, boards do not possess the collective skill set and background to examine the impacts of complex social and environmental issues on corporate strategy. However, international evidence shows that less than 5% of executive and non-executive role specifications require sustainability experience or a sustainability mindset. Reyes, 2018. Svensson and Hancock, 2020. This seems to be a missed opportunity for companies in their pursuit of broader stakeholder interests. Stakeholder Council. To foster accountability, a company can establish a stakeholder council comprised of the relevant stakeholders. The board would discuss, at least once a year, the sustainability performance of the company. The board can also consult the stakeholder council on important decisions with societal impact. To promote transparency, the stakeholder council reports annually about its activities and advice in the company's integrated annual report. A challenge is to include not only current stakeholders, but also future stakeholders. An interesting mechanism developed in Japanese local politics is future design, Seijo, 2020. Future design aims to solve the dilemma between current stakeholders who bear the cost of long-term investment and future stakeholders who reap the benefits. See Box 3.9. Box 3.9, Future Design. The idea of future design is simple. If there is no one to protect the interests of future generations, then designate people to take on the role of future generations and have them stand in for future generations. This is the same reasoning as in role-playing scenarios used frequently in, for example, war games. Seijo, 2020, calls the people who are to take on the role of future generations the imaginary future generation, or imaginary future persons. It is found that the people who become members of an imaginary future generation truly change their lines of thought and points of view, becoming clearly aware of the interests of future generations. As a result, they actually think and act in the interest of future generations. One or more persons with such a designated role can be added to the stakeholder council. Incentive mechanisms. Finally, incentive mechanisms play a role. While variable executive pay is related mainly to financial performance, companies are starting to include sustainability targets in executive remuneration. Using an international sample of ISS Executive Compensation Analytics, or Mazable et al., 2023 showed that the adoption of sustainability metrics in executive compensation contracts is rising rapidly, from 1% in 2011 to 38% in 2021. However, Table 3.3 indicates that the distribution is uneven. While 45.3% of European companies include sustainability targets in executive contracts, only 16.5% of U.S. companies do so. One could, of course, question the ambition levels of these targets. However, it is encouraging that the authors also find that the adoption of sustainability variables in managerial performance is accompanied by improvements in sustainability performance and meaningful changes in the compensation of executives. Linking executive compensation to sustainability goals helps boards make management accountable for sustainability performance. Ramani and Ward, 2019. Another incentive mechanism is deferral of variable compensation by up to 3, 5, or 7 years, for example. Such deferral helps to align executives' interests with the long-term interests of their company. The deferral of bonuses means they can be forfeit if evidence emerges of unexpectedly poor financial, social, or environmental performance by the executive, their team, or the company overall. Table 3.3 Geographical distribution of adoption of sustainability targets in executive pay. Full-size table. 3.5 Conclusions. Corporate governance is about controlling and directing the company. In the shareholder model, the ultimate control is with shareholders who are financially driven. The company objective in the shareholder model is financial value maximization. The stakeholder model includes other stakeholders, such as employees, customers, and suppliers, alongside the shareholders. The stakeholder model thus adds social stakeholders and focuses on financial and social value as company objective. The integrated model also covers future stakeholders, representing the environment. It expands the company objective to integrated value, which combines financial, social, and environmental value. The balancing of the interests of various stakeholders is central to corporate governance. Timely and reliable information on financial, social, and environmental factors is important to assess the status of the various interests. The concept of integrated value, introduced in Chap. 1, is instrumental in providing information and aligning interests in ex-ante decision-making and ex-post accountability. Integrated value can also provide guidance on dealing with trade-offs between the interests of various stakeholders. Ownership structures are also relevant. While family or foundation-owned companies typically have a long-term orientation, publicly listed companies have to serve a wide, and sometimes demanding, group of shareholders. Another important feature is the expertise of boards. Do board members have the expertise and mindset to apply integrated decision-making across the financial, social, and environmental value dimensions? Key concepts used in this chapter. Agency theory looks at conflicts of interest between people with different interests in the same assets. An important conflict is that between the principals, shareholders, and other stakeholders, and the agents, managers of companies. Asymmetric information refers to the difference in information about a company between its insiders, executive management, and its outsiders, shareholders, and other stakeholders. Corporate governance refers to the mechanisms, relations, and processes by which a company is controlled and directed. It involves balancing the many interests of the stakeholders of a company. Engagement refers to investors' dialogue with investee companies on a broad range of environmental, social, and corporate governance (ESG) issues. Fiduciary duty sets out the responsibilities that financial institutions owe to their beneficiaries and clients. The expectation is to be loyal to beneficiary interests, prudent in handling money with care, and transparent in dealing with conflicts. Institutional investors are large, financial institutions that manage investments, equities, bonds, and alternative assets for clients and beneficiaries. Traditional investors include investment funds, pension funds, and insurance companies. Alternative institutional investors include sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, and private equity. Integrated model means that a company should balance or optimize the interests of its current and future stakeholders, customers, employees, suppliers, shareholders, creditors, the community, and the environment. Integrated value is obtained by combining the financial, social, and environmental values in an integrated way with regard for the interconnections. Integrated value creation refers to the objective of companies that optimize financial, social, and environmental value in the long run. Responsible company manages and balances profit, financial value, and impact, social and environmental value. Shareholder model means that the ultimate measure of a company's success is the extent to which it enriches its shareholders. Short-termism refers to the myopic behavior of executives, focusing on the short term. Stakeholder model means that a company should balance or optimize the interests of all its stakeholders, customers, employees, suppliers, shareholders, creditors, and the community. Tunneling is a practice whereby a controlling shareholder directs company assets to himself for personal gain, e.g., to other parts of his business group, at the expense of the minority shareholders. Environmental and natural resource economists study the trade-offs associated with one of the most important scarce resources we have, nature. Economists mean something very specific when they use the word efficient. An allocation is generally efficient if it maximizes social well-being or welfare. Traditional economics defines welfare as total net benefits, the difference between the total benefits everyone in society gets from market goods and services and the total costs of producing those things. Environmental economists enhance the definition of welfare. The values of environmental goods like wildlife count on the benefit side of net benefits, and damages to environmental quality from production and consumptive processes count as costs. Under ideal circumstances, market outcomes are efficient. In perfect markets for regular goods, goods are produced at the point where the cost to society of producing the last unit, the marginal cost, is equal to the amount a consumer is willing to pay for that last unit. This marginal benefit means that the net benefits in the market are maximized. Regular goods are supplied by industry such that supply is equivalent to the marginal production costs to the firms, and consumers demand them in such a way that we can read the marginal benefit to consumers of the demand curve. When the market equilibrates at a price that causes quantity demanded to equal the quantity supplied at that price, it is also true that marginal benefit equals marginal cost. A well-functioning market would use non-renewable resources, such as oil, efficiently. It is socially efficient to use a non-renewable resource over time such that the price rises at the same rate as the interest rate. Increasing scarcity pushes the price up, stimulating efforts to use less of the resource and invest in research to make backstop alternatives more cost-effective. Eventually, the cost of the resource rises to the point where the backstop technology is competitive, and the market switches from the non-renewable resource to the backstop. We see this with copper. High prices of non-renewable copper trigger substitution to other materials, like fiber optics for telephone cables and plastics for pipes. We would surely see the same thing happen with fossil fuels. If prices are allowed to rise with scarcity, firms have more incentives to engage in research that lowers the cost of backstop technologies like solar and wind power, and we will eventually just switch. Unfortunately, many conditions can lead to market failure such that the market outcome does not maximize social welfare. The extent to which net benefits fall short of their potential is called deadweight loss. Deadweight loss can exist when not enough of a good is produced, too much of a good is produced, or production is not done in the most cost-effective, least expensive way possible, where costs include environmental damages. Some market failures, and thus deadweight loss, are extremely common in environmental settings. Externalities. In a market economy, people and companies choose to balance the costs and benefits that accrue to them. These side effects can be seen as ways in which a producer's actions impact a bystander's well-being. The market fails to allocate adequate resources to address such side effects because it only concerns buyers and sellers, not the environment's well-being. When this is true, economists say there are externalities, and individual actions do not typically yield efficient outcomes. A negative externality is a cost associated with an action not borne by the person who chooses to take that action. When external costs occur, a company's private production cost and social cost of production are at odds. The firm does not consider the cost of pollution cleanup to be relevant, while society does. The social costs of production include the negative effects of pollution and the cost of treatment. As a result, the social costs exceed the private production costs. When external pollution and treatment costs are included in the production cost of the product, the supply curve intersects the demand curve at a higher price point. As a result of the higher price, there will be less demand for the product and less pollution produced. For example, exhaust pollutants from automobiles adversely affect the health and welfare of the human population. However, oil companies consider their cost of producing gasoline to include only their exploration and production costs. Therefore, any measures to reduce exhaust pollutants represent an external cost. The government tries to help reduce the problem of exhaust pollutants by setting emissions and fuel efficiency standards for automobiles. It also collects a gasoline tax that increases the final price of gasoline, which may encourage people to drive less. Sometimes, pollution results from production because no property rights are involved. For example, suppose a paper manufacturer dumps waste in a privately owned pond. In that case, the landowner generally takes legal action against the paper firm, claiming compensation for a specific loss in property value caused by industrial pollution. In contrast, the air and most waterways are not owned by individuals or businesses, but are considered public goods. Because no property rights are involved, the generation of pollution does not affect supply and demand. Firms are incentivized to use public goods in the production process because doing so does not cost anything. If the paper manufacturer can minimize production costs by dumping wastes for free into the local river, it will do so. The consequences of this pollution include adverse impacts on the fish and animal populations that depend on the water, degradation of the surrounding environment, decreased quality of water used in recreation and business, human health problems, and the need for extensive treatment of drinking water by downstream communities. An important role of the government is to protect public goods, especially those with multiple uses, from pollution by companies seeking to minimize company costs and maximize profits. People desire clean water for recreation and drinking, and the government must act to protect the broad interests of society from the narrow, profit-driven focus of companies. Other examples of negative externalities in environmental settings include companies that spill oil into the ocean do not bear the full costs of the resulting harm to the marine environment, which include everything from degraded commercial fisheries to reduced endangered sea turtle populations. Commuters generate air pollution emissions, which lower the ambient quality of the air in areas they pass through and cause health problems for other people. Developers who build houses in bucolic exurban settings cause habitat fragmentation and biodiversity loss, inflicting a cost on the public. A positive externality is a benefit associated with an action not borne by the person who chooses to take that action. Positive externalities exist in the world of actions and products that affect the environment, including a homeowner who installs a rain barrel to collect unchlorinated rainwater for her garden and improves stream habitat in her watershed by reducing stormwater runoff. A delivery company that reoptimizes its routing system to cut fuel costs also improves local air quality by reducing vehicle air pollution emissions. A farmer who plants winter cover crops to increase soil productivity will also improve water quality in local streams by reducing erosion. Public goods and common pool resources. In two broad cases, market outcomes are rarely efficient: public goods and common pool resources. The market failures in these settings are related to the problems we saw with externalities. A pure public good is defined as being non-exclusive and non-rival in consumption. If something is non-exclusive, people cannot be prevented from enjoying its benefits. A private house is exclusive because doors, windows, and an alarm system can be used to keep non-owners out. On the other hand, a lighthouse is non-exclusive because ships at sea cannot be prevented from seeing its light. A non-rival good in consumption has a marginal benefit that does not decline with the number of people who consume it. A sandwich is completely rival in consumption. If I eat it, you cannot. On the other hand, the beauty of a fireworks display is completely unaffected by the number of people who look at it. Some elements of the environment are pure public goods. Clean air in a city provides health benefits to everyone, and people cannot be prevented from breathing. The efficient amount of a public good is still where social marginal benefit equals the marginal cost of provision. However, the social marginal benefit of one unit of a public good is often very large, because many people in the society can benefit from that unit simultaneously. One lighthouse prevents all the ships in an area from running aground in a storm. In contrast, the social marginal benefit of a sandwich is just the marginal benefit gained by the one person who gets to eat it. Society could figure out the efficient amount of public good to provide, say, how much to spend on cleaner cars that reduce air pollution in a city. Unfortunately, private individuals acting independently are unlikely to provide an efficient amount of the public good because of the free rider problem. If my neighbors reduce pollution by buying clean electric cars or commuting via train, I can benefit from that cleaner air. Thus, I might try to avoid doing anything costly myself in hopes that everyone else will clean the air for me. Evidence suggests that people do not behave entirely like free riders. They contribute voluntarily to environmental groups and public radio stations. However, the levels of public good provision generated by a free market are lower than would be efficient. The ozone layer is too thin. The air is too dirty. Public goods have big multilateral positive externality problems. In contrast, a common pool resource, also sometimes called an open access resource, suffers from big multilateral negative externality problems. This situation is sometimes called the tragedy of the commons. Like public goods, common pool resources are non-excludable. However, they are highly rival in use. Many natural resources have common pool features. Water in a river can be removed by anyone near it for irrigation, drinking, or industrial use. The more water one set of users removes, the less water there is available for others. Swordfish in the ocean can be caught by anyone with the right boat and gear, and the more fish are caught by one fleet of boats, the fewer remain for other fishers to catch. Many people can cut down old-growth timber in a developing country, and slow regrowth means that the more timber one person cuts, the less it is available for others. One person's use of a common pool resource negatively affects all the other users. Thus, these resources are prone to overexploitation. One person in Indonesia might want to harvest tropical hardwood timber slowly and sustainably, but the trees they forbear from cutting today might be cut down by someone else tomorrow. The difficulty of managing common pool resources is evident worldwide in rapid rates of tropical deforestation, dangerous over-harvesting of fisheries, and battles fought over mighty rivers that have been reduced to dirty trickles. The tragedy of the commons occurs most often when the value of the resource is great, the number of users is large, and the users do not have social ties to one another, but common pool resources are not always abused. Incentive policies. Incentive policies try to use market forces for what they do best, allocating resources cost-effectively within an economy while correcting the market failures associated with externalities, public goods, and common pool resources. Taxing pollution. One way to internalize some of the external pollution costs is for the government to tax pollution. A pollution tax would require that polluting firms pay a tax based on the air, water, and land pollution they generate. This tax would raise the private production cost of a company to include the social cost of production. In addition, the government could use the generated tax revenues to help mitigate the effects of pollution. Thus, if we think the social cost of a ton of carbon dioxide, because of its contribution to climate change, is $20, then we could charge a tax of $20 per emitted ton of carbon dioxide. The easiest way to do this would be to tax fossil fuels according to the amount of carbon dioxide emitted when they are burned. If a price is placed on carbon dioxide, all agents would be incentivized to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions to the point where the cost to them of reducing one more unit, their marginal abatement cost, is equal to the per unit tax. Therefore, several good things happen. All carbon dioxide sources are abating to the same marginal abatement cost, so the total abatement is accomplished most cost-effectively. Furthermore, total emissions in the economy will decrease to a socially efficient level. Firms and individuals have very broad incentives to change things to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, reduce output and consumption, increase energy efficiency, switch to low-carbon fuels, and strong incentives to figure out how to innovate so those changes are less costly. Finally, the government could use the revenue it collects from the tax to correct any inequities in the distribution of the program's cost among people in the economy or to reduce other taxes on things like income. While taxes on externality-generating activities have many good features, they also have drawbacks and limitations. First, while an externality tax can yield an efficient outcome, where costs and benefits are balanced for the economy as a whole, that only happens if policymakers know enough about the value of the externality to set the tax at the right level. If the tax is too low, we will have too much harmful activity. If the tax is too high, the activity will be excessively suppressed. Second, even if we can design a perfect externality tax in theory, such a policy can be difficult to enforce. The enforcement agency needs to be able to measure the total quantity of the thing being taxed. In some cases, that is easy. In the case of carbon dioxide, for example, the particular fixed link between carbon dioxide emissions and quantities of fossil fuels burned means that by measuring fossil fuel consumption, we can measure the vast majority of carbon dioxide emissions. However, many externality-causing activities or materials are difficult to measure in total. Nitrogen pollution flows into streams due to fertilizer applications on suburban lawns. Still, it is impossible to measure the total flow of nitrogen from a single lawn over a year so that one could tax the homeowner for that flow. Third, externality taxes face strong political opposition from companies and individuals who don't want to pay the tax. Even if the government uses the tax revenues to do good things or reduce other tax rates, the group that disproportionately pays the tax is incentivized to lobby heavily against such a policy. This phenomenon is at least partly responsible because there are no examples of pollution taxes in the U.S. Instead, U.S. policymakers have implemented mirror-image subsidy policies, giving subsidies for activities that reduce negative externalities rather than taxing activities that cause those externalities. Tradable permits. Another major type of incentive policy is a tradable permit scheme. Tradable permits are very similar to externality taxes, but can have important differences. These policies are colloquially known as cap and trade. If we know the efficient amount of the activity to have, e.g., number of tons of pollution, amount of timber to be logged, the policymaker can set a cap on the total amount of the activity equal to the efficient amount. Permits are created such that each permit grants the holder permission for 1 unit of the activity. The government distributes these permits to the affected individuals or firms and permits them to sell, trade, them to one another. To comply with the policy and avoid punishment, such as heavy fines, all agents must hold enough permits to cover their total activity for the time period. The government doesn't set a price for the activity in question. Still, the permit market yields a price for the permits that give all the market participants strong incentives to reduce their externality-generating activities, to make cost-effective trades with other participants, and to innovate to find cheaper ways to comply. Tradable permit policies have been used in several environmental and natural resource policies. The European Union used a tradable permit market as part of its policy to reduce carbon dioxide emissions under the Kyoto Protocol. Individual tradable quotas for fish in Alaska and New Zealand fisheries have been used to rationalize fishing activity and keep total catches down to efficient and sustainable levels. Economists think differently about costs than engineers or other physical scientists, and several key insights about the economics of cost evaluation are important for policy analysis. Viewed through an inverse lens, all these ideas are important for benefit estimation as well. Discounting and cost-benefit analysis. Economists have developed a tool for comparing net benefits at different points in time called discounting. Discounting converts a quantity of money received at some point in the future into a quantity directly compared to money received today, controlling for the time preference. A particular cost or benefit is worth less in present value terms the farther into the future it accrues, and the higher the value of the discount rate. These fundamental features of discounting create controversy over the use of discounting because they make projects to deal with long-term environmental problems seem unappealing. The most pressing example of such controversy swirls around the analysis of climate change policy. Climate change mitigation policies typically incur immediate economic costs, e.g., switching from fossil fuels to more expensive forms of energy, to prevent environmental damages from climate change several decades in the future. Discounting lowers the present value of the future improved environment while leaving the present value of current costs largely unchanged. Cost-benefit analysis is just that, an analysis of the costs and benefits of a proposed policy or project. To carry out a cost-benefit analysis, one carefully specifies the change to be evaluated, measures the costs and benefits of that change for all years affected by the change, finds the totals of the presented discounted values of those costs and benefits, and compares them. Some studies look at the difference between the benefits and the costs, the net present value, while others look at the ratio of benefits to costs. A good project is one with a net present value greater than 0 and a benefit/cost ratio greater than 1. The result of a cost-benefit analysis depends on a large number of choices and assumptions. What discount rate is assumed? What is the status quo counterfactual against which the policy is evaluated? How are the physical effects of the policy being modeled? Which costs and benefits are included in the analysis? Are non-use benefits left out? Good cost-benefit analyses should make all their assumptions clear and transparent. The cost-benefit analysis gives us a rough sense of whether or not a project is a good idea. However, it has many limitations. Here we discuss several other measures of whether a project is desirable. Economists use all these criteria when evaluating whether a policy is a right approach for solving a problem with externalities, public goods, and common pool resources. Efficiency. A policy is efficient if it maximizes the net benefits society could get from an action of that kind. Such efficiency will occur when the marginal benefits of the policy are equal to its marginal costs. Sometimes a cost-benefit analysis will try to estimate the total costs and benefits for several policies with different degrees of stringency to see if one is better. However, only information about the marginal benefit and marginal cost curves will ensure that the analyst has found an efficient policy. Unfortunately, such information is often very hard to find or estimate. Cost effectiveness. Estimating the benefits of environmental policy can be particularly difficult, and benefit estimates are necessary for finding efficient policies. Sometimes policy goals are just set through political processes, reducing sulfur dioxide emissions by 10 million tons below 1980 levels in the Clean Air Act acid rain provisions, cutting carbon dioxide emissions by 5% from 1990 levels in the Kyoto Protocol, without being able to know whether those targets are efficient. However, we can still evaluate whether a policy will be cost-effective and achieve its goal in the least expensive way possible. For example, for total pollution reduction to be distributed cost-effectively between all the sources that contribute pollution to an area, e.g., a lake or an urban airshed, it must be true that each of the sources is cleaning up such that they all face the same marginal costs of further abatement. If one source had a high marginal cost and another's marginal cost was very low, switching some of the cleanups from the first source to the second could reduce the total cost. Incentives to innovate. At any one point, the cost of pollution control or resource recovery depends on the current state of technology and knowledge. For example, the cost of reducing carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuels depends in part on how expensive solar and wind power are, and the cost of wetland restoration depends on how quickly ecologists can get new wetland plants to be established. Everyone in society benefits if those technologies improve and the marginal cost of any given level of environmental stewardship declines. Thus, economists think a lot about which kinds of policies give people incentives to develop cheaper ways to clean and steward the environment. Fairness. A project can have very high aggregate net benefits, but distribute the costs and benefits very unevenly within society. We may have ethical and practical reasons not to want a highly unfair policy. Some people have strong moral or philosophical preferences for policies that are equitable. In addition, if the costs of a policy are borne disproportionately by a single group of people or firms, that group is likely to fight against it in the political process. Simple cost-benefit analyses do not speak to issues of equity. However, it is common for policy analyses to break total costs and benefits down among subgroups to see if uneven patterns exist in their distribution. Studies can break down policy effects by income category to see if a policy helps or hurts people disproportionately, depending on whether they are wealthy or poor. Other analyses carry out regional analyses of policy effects. For example, climate change mitigation policy increases costs disproportionately for poor households because of patterns in energy consumption across income groups. Furthermore, the benefits and costs of such a policy are not uniform across space in the U.S. The benefits of reducing the severity of climate change will accrue largely to those areas that would be hurt most by global warming, coastal states hit by sea level rise and more hurricanes, western states hit by severe water shortages. At the same time, the costs will fall most heavily on regions of the country with economies dependent on sales of oil and coal. Some of our evaluative criteria are closely related. A policy cannot be efficient if it is not cost-effective. However, other criteria have nothing to do with each other. A policy can be efficient but not equitable, and vice versa. Cost-benefit analyses provide crude litmus tests. We surely do not want to adopt policies with costs exceeding their benefits. However, good policy development and evaluation consider a broader array of criteria. Gross national product and its alternatives. Most countries strive to increase their capacities to produce goods and services and consider doing so a positive sign of development. Economic growth is stimulated by population growth, which increases the consumption of natural resources and the per capita consumption of goods and services. Various indicators are used to measure economic growth. One is the gross national product, GNP, which represents the total market value of final goods and services produced by a country during a given period, usually 1 year. Unfortunately, GNP does not consider the global nature of many companies. If a company produces goods in a foreign country, the home country does not benefit from that production. Thus, if Pepsi bottles and sells soda in Japan, those revenues should not be included in the GNP of the United States. The GDP, gross domestic product, provides a better indicator of the health of a country's economy. This measure refers to the value of the goods and services produced within the boundaries of an economy during a given period of time. The GNP and GDP are economic measures that indicate nothing about a country's social or environmental conditions. They are not measures of the quality of life. Severe environmental problems can raise the GNP and GDP because the funds used to clean up environmental contamination, such as hazardous waste sites, help to create new jobs and increase the consumption of natural resources. Alternative GDP systems have been suggested based on genuine well-being and progress. The UN Human Development Index is an estimate of the quality of life in a country based on 3 indicators: life expectancy, literacy rate, and per capita GNP. The Genuine Progress Index, GPI, is based on measurements that include health care, safety, a clean environment, pollution, and crime. The Environmental Performance Index, EPI, is based on indicators tracked in 2 categories: protection of human health from environmental harm and protection of ecosystems. Although environmental laws are generally considered a 20th century phenomenon, attempts have been made to legislate environmental controls throughout history. In 2700 BC, the Middle Eastern civilization in Ur passed laws protecting the few remaining forests in the region. In 80 AD, the Roman Senate passed a law to protect water stored for dry periods to be used for street and sewer cleaning. During American colonial times, Benjamin Franklin argued for public rights laws to protect the citizens of Philadelphia against industrial pollution produced by animal hide tanners. Significant environmental action began at the beginning of the 20th century. In 1906, Congress passed the Antiquities Act, which authorized the president to protect areas of federal lands as national monuments. A few years later, Alice Hamilton pushed for government regulations concerning toxic industrial chemicals. She fought, unsuccessfully, to ban the use of lead in gasoline. She also supported the legal actions taken by women dying of cancer from their exposure to the radium then used in glow-in-the-dark watch dials. During the early 1960s, biologist Rachel Carson pointed out the need to regulate pesticides such as DDT to protect the health of wildlife and humans. With the establishment of the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, in 1970, environmental law became a field substantial enough to occupy lawyers full-time. Since then, federal and state governments have passed numerous laws and created a vast network of complicated rules and regulations regarding environmental issues. Moreover, international organizations and agencies, including the United Nations, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, have also contributed to environmental rules and regulations. Because of the legal and technical complexities of the subjects covered by environmental laws, persons dealing with such laws must be knowledgeable in law, science, and public policy. Environmental laws today encompass various subjects such as air and water quality, hazardous wastes, and biodiversity. These environmental laws aim to prevent, minimize, remedy, and punish actions that threaten or damage the environment and those that live in it. However, some believe these laws unreasonably limit the freedom of people, organizations, corporations, and government agencies by controlling their actions. Federal laws. Early attempts by Congress to enact laws affecting the environment included the Antiquities Act in 1906, the National Park Service Act in 1916, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act in 1947, and the Water Pollution Control Act in 1956. The Wilderness Act of 1964 protected large areas of pristine federal lands from development and ushered in the new age of environmental activism that began in the 1960s. However, it was the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, enacted in 1969 and the formation of the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, in 1970 that started environmental legislation in earnest. The main objective of these two federal enactments was to assure that the environment would be protected from public and private actions that failed to consider the costs of damage inflicted on the environment. Many consider NEPA the most far-reaching environmental legislation ever passed by Congress. The basic purpose of NEPA is to force governmental agencies to consider the effects of their decisions on the environment comprehensively. This is effected by requiring agencies to prepare detailed environmental impact statements, AIS, for proposed projects. The EPA is the government's environmental watchdog. It is charged with monitoring and analyzing the state of the environment, conducting research, and working closely with state and local governments to devise pollution control policies. The EPA is also empowered to enforce those environmental policies. Unfortunately, the agency is sometimes caught up in conflicts between the public wanting more regulation for environmental reasons and businesses wanting less regulation for economic reasons. Consequently, the development of a new regulation can take many years. Since 1970, Congress has enacted several important environmental laws, including provisions to protect the environment and natural resources. Some of the more notable laws include the Federal Clean Air Act, 1970, 1977, and 1990 established national standards for regulating the emission of pollutants from stationary and mobile sources. The Federal Water Pollution Control Act, 1972, amended by the Clean Water Act, 1977, 1987, established water quality standards, provides for the regulation of the discharge of pollutants into navigable waters and the protection of wetlands. The Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, 1974, 1977, and 1986 set drinking water standards for levels of pollutants, authorizing the regulation of the discharge of pollutants into underground drinking water sources. The Toxic Substances Control Act, 1976, provided for regulating chemical substances by the EPA and the safety testing of new chemicals. The Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, 1976, established cradle-to-grave regulations for handling hazardous wastes. The Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, 1980, also known as the Superfund Program, provided for the cleanup of the worst toxic waste sites. The Food Security Act, 1985, 1990, was later amended by the Federal Agriculture Improvement and Reform Act, 1996, discouraged cultivating environmentally sensitive lands, especially wetlands, and authorized incentives for farmers to withdraw highly erodible lands from production. Applying or enforcing environmental law is not always straightforward, and problems can arise. The biggest problem is that Congress often fails to allocate the funds necessary for implementing or enforcing the laws. Administrative red tape may make it impossible to enforce a regulation on time. It also may be unclear which agency, or branch of an agency, is responsible for enforcing a particular regulation. Furthermore, agency personnel declines to enforce regulation for political reasons. State laws. Most states, like California, have enacted their own environmental laws and established agencies to enforce them. California faced some of its first environmental challenges in the mid-1800s concerning debris from the hydraulic mining of gold. Water quality concerns, dangers of flooding, negative impact on agriculture, and hazards to navigation prompted the state to act. Some of California's environmental regulations preceded similar federal laws. For example, California established the nation's first air quality program in the 1950s. Much of the Federal Clean Air Act amendments of 1990 were based upon the California Clean Air Act of 1988. California also pioneered advances in vehicle emission controls, control of toxic air pollutants, and control of stationary pollution sources before federal efforts in those areas. The Porter-Cologne Act of 1970, based on the state's water quality program, also served as the model for the Federal Clean Water Act. International treaties and conventions. Conventions or treaties generally set forth international environmental regulations. These conventions and treaties often result from efforts by international organizations such as the United Nations, UN, or the World Bank. However, it is often difficult, if not impossible, to enforce these regulations because of the sovereign rights of countries. In addition, rules and regulations outlined in such agreements may be no more than non-binding recommendations, and often countries are exempted from regulations due to economic or cultural reasons. Despite these shortcomings, the international community has achieved some success via its environmental agreements. These include an international convention that placed a moratorium on whaling, 1986, and a treaty that banned the ocean dumping of waste, 1991. The UN often facilitates international environmental efforts. In 1991, the UN enacted an Antarctica Treaty, which prohibits the mining of the region, limits pollution of the environment, and protects its animal species. The United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, is a branch of the UN that specifically deals with worldwide environmental problems. It has helped with several key efforts at global environmental regulations. The 1987 Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. As a result of this global agreement, industrialized countries have ceased or reduced the production and consumption of ozone-depleting substances, such as chlorofluorocarbons. The prior informed consent procedure for certain hazardous chemicals and pesticides in international trade. This agreement enhances the world's technical knowledge and expertise in hazardous chemicals management. The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. This agreement protects over 30,000 of the world's endangered species. In 1995, UNEP and the International Olympic Committee, IOC, signed a partnership agreement to develop environmental guidelines for sports federations and countries bidding to host the Olympic Games. The Rotterdam Convention, 1998, addressed the growing trade in hazardous pesticides and chemicals. Importing countries must give explicit informed consent before hazardous chemicals can cross their borders. The International Declaration on Cleaner Production, 1998. The signatories commit their countries to implement cleaner industrial production and subsequent monitoring efforts. In 1992, the UN member nations committed their resources to limit greenhouse gas, e.g., carbon dioxide, emissions at or below 1,990 levels, as put forth by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Unfortunately, the agreement was non-binding, and by the mid-1990s, it had not affected carbon emissions. The 1997 Kyoto Protocol was a binding resolution to reduce greenhouse gases. Although the United States initially supported the resolution, the Senate failed to ratify the treaty, and by 2001, President Bush opposed the resolution as threatening the United States economy. California's state environmental regulations are sometimes more stringent than federal laws, e.g., the California Clean Air Act and vehicle emissions standards. In other program areas, no comparable federal legislation exists. For example, the California Integrated Waste Management Act established a comprehensive, statewide system of permitting, inspections, enforcement, and maintenance for solid waste facilities and set minimum standards for solid waste handling and disposal to protect air, water, and land from pollution. Also, Proposition 65, Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act, requires the governor to publish a list of chemicals known to the state of California to cause cancer, birth defects, or other reproductive harm. Despite the state's leadership in environmental programs and laws, the creation of a cabinet-level environmental agency in California lagged more than 2 decades behind the establishment of the federal EPA. Originally, the Organization of California's environmental quality programs was highly fragmented. Each program handled a specific environmental problem, e.g., the Air Resources Board, with enforcement responsibility falling to state and local governments. It was not until 1991 that a California EPA was finally established and united the separate programs under one agency. Summary. Environmental and natural resource economists study the trade-offs associated with one of the most important scarce resources we have, nature. Economic activity generally affects the environment, usually negatively. Natural resources are used, and large amounts of waste are produced. These side effects can be seen as ways in which a producer's actions impact a bystander's well-being. The market fails to allocate adequate resources to address such external costs because it only concerns buyers and sellers, not the environment's well-being. Only direct costs are considered relevant. External costs are harmful social or environmental effects caused by the production or consumption of economic goods. A cost-benefit analysis provides an estimate of the most economically efficient level of pollution reduction that is practical. Environmental laws today encompass various subjects, such as air and water quality, hazardous wastes, and biodiversity. These environmental laws aim to prevent, minimize, remedy, and punish actions that threaten or damage the environment and those that live in it. Conventions or treaties generally set forth international environmental regulations. These conventions and treaties often result from efforts by international organizations such as the United Nations, UN, or the World Bank. However, it is often difficult, if not impossible, to enforce these regulations because of the sovereign rights of countries. In addition, rules and regulations outlined in such agreements may be no more than non-binding recommendations, and often countries are exempted from regulations due to economic or cultural reasons. Despite these shortcomings, the international community has achieved some success via its environmental agreements. These include an international convention that placed a moratorium on whaling and a treaty that banned the ocean dumping of waste. Abstract. A policy shift from soft law to hard law rests on assumptions about motivating compliance. The basic idea is that people comply with soft law for personal, moral reasons, but are motivated to comply with hard law by self-interested fear. While logically this is obvious, there is also support for the view that self-determination, organizational justice, and social influence are better at motivating compliance in certain contexts. Currently, there is a global policy shift moving corporate social responsibility, CSR, from a voluntary, organization-based initiative to a practice mandated by law. This shift provides an opportunity to investigate the phenomenon of motivation in law. The current study investigates how the shift to mandatory CSR impacts motivation. Based on an analysis of the programs of 12 firms in Indonesia, we find that CSR hard law appears to motivate CSR without displacing voluntary moral initiatives. Law is premised on the idea that people and the organizations they form will comply with the rules established by a recognized authority. This basic idea has dominated legal thinking since earliest times. Footnote 1. The decline of the welfare state and the rise of the regulatory state, however, has required a rethinking of this premise. Different types of regulatory instruments have been developed in response to insights into human behavior from the social sciences. Rupp and Williams have identified self-determination, organizational justice, and social influence theory, footnote 2, as significant motivators for compliance, intrinsic drivers that cause people to behave in particular ways. Further, the prohibitive costs of an increasingly cumbersome and, in many instances, unworkable bureaucracy associated with inspectorates of command and control types of regulation pushed government to new compliance strategies. Finally, significant, unintended consequences which arose from time to time required governments to experiment with new approaches. These new approaches have included soft law, voluntary regimes. In turn, the limitations of voluntary regimes have become clear, and there is a shift back toward the mandatory rules. The earlier challenges associated with mandatory approaches, however, have not disappeared. In fact, it has become clear that in some instances, mandatory approaches may make matters worse as people and organizations seek to evade, undermine, decouple, and oppose the rules. Footnote 3. In other instances, making behavior mandatory drives out intrinsic motivations, further reducing compliance. The change from voluntary to mandatory CSR provides an opportunity to investigate this motivational phenomenon in greater detail. The global dialogue on legislative action addressing corporate social responsibility, CSR, is taking notable steps from voluntary CSR toward mandatory CSR. Footnote 4. This shift is important as it affects not only corporate strategy options and corporate legal obligations, but also affects basic management issues relating to organizational programs and related behaviors at the organizational and individual levels. Organizational programs are necessary to implement CSR and to lead business organizations into more socially responsible behaviors. It is critical to note at the outset that motivation and behavior occur at both the organizational and personal levels. Organizations do not behave or act independently of the people managing them. Rather, they act as a body in response to decisions of the leaders. These executive leaders, in turn, are enacting decisions derived from their own personal motivations, which interact with organizational imperatives and policies. Accordingly, understanding CSR in mandatory contexts requires not only study of the regulation, but also an investigation of motivation at both organizational and individual levels. Investigating motivation and its expression is a critical part of developing our understanding of both CSR and law more generally. Mandatory and voluntary CSR regimes aim to alter the relationship between business and society in essence, making businesses more social, reducing social costs while increasing public benefits. Footnote 5. While this business and society relationship has been a live area of scholarship in corporate law and elsewhere in the academy for nearly a century, usually discussed under the rubrics of corporate purpose. Footnote 6. The shareholder/stakeholder debate. Footnote 7. And stakeholder governance. Footnote 8. More broadly, the current article is exclusively focused on motivation for prosocial decisions within organizations operating in a mandatory CSR environment. It does not aim to contribute to the corporate purpose scholarship beyond investigating motive in a regulated context. Its contribution to corporate law scholarship is providing insight into compliance. Understanding motivations in a more regulated context requires examination and analysis of CSR programs to evaluate them as compliance programs, strategic initiatives, or expressions of existing management philosophies, or moral commitments. Motivations are notoriously difficult to identify. However, inferences on motivation are readily made from an observation of actual behavior of individuals, organizations, and institutions. Footnote 9. In this context of mandatory CSR, senior managers have discretion to select from among a range of programs. The choices made reveals to a significant extent the underlying motivations at both organizational and individual levels. To examine and analyze these motivations, we follow the prior research on motivation in CSR, which identified 3 categories of motivation: instrumental, relational, or moral. Footnote 10. These motivations, they note, are not singular or exclusive. Rather, it is to be expected that motivations will be mixed, particularly at the higher levels. Aguilera et al. Identify regulation as a relational category. However, there is little research on mandatory CSR, a gap which is unsurprising, given the newness of mandatory CSR. The shift to mandatory or hard law CSR has potentially significant implications for motivation and the development of CSR and insight for law reform programs. Footnote 11. While implementation and related outcomes of CSR have always been dependent upon the motivation of management at individual and organizational levels, the creation of a legal obligation of engage in CSR is a change at the institutional level creates a new motivator. Not only is this novel, it provides an opportunity to investigate the connection between these 2 levels of analysis and motivations for ethical behavior. This paper explores CSR program choices in Indonesia in response to a new regulatory environment as expressions of motivation. It focuses on the organizational level, the level of managers. Through identification and examination of the programs they have selected for the investment of mandated CSR funds, with some additional exploratory evidence from 2 case studies. This exploration and focus are used to answer the paper's research questions. RQ 1. What CSR programs were selected and developed by managers pursuant to the regulation in Indonesia? RQ 2. What do these programs tell us about underlying motivation of CSR? RQ 3. Are the regulations creating relationally motivated CSR programs sufficient to adequately limit instrumental motives? RQ 4. Is shifting CSR to hard law an effective strategy for increasing public good and reducing harms of private enterprises? 2. Theoretical background. Starting with CSR, over a decade ago, Aguilera et al. Suggested that the pertinent question for contemporary CSR research is understanding what catalyzes organizations to engage in increasingly robust CSR initiatives and consequently impart social change, and provided an overarching theoretical framework. Footnote 12. This proposed agenda is an invitation to investigate motivation, and the proposed framework has proven its value through longevity. An underlying assumption in the literature is that ethics motivates people and organizations to engage in CSR activity. In a related vein of legal scholarship, Sheehy has argued that CSR, as a socio-political movement, is aimed at regulating the behavior of business organizations. Footnote 13. It is an effort to rebalance rights and duties in society, to place limits on the self-interested private behavior deemed appropriate in the private sphere, but subject to increasing limitations in the public sphere as business organizations increase in size and impact on the public. Footnote 14. For regulation to be effective, whether hard law or soft law, it must be acted upon. It must motivate actors appropriately and not lead to excessive unintended consequences nor create perverse incentives. These two overlapping lenses and literatures of CSR and law provide a theoretical framework for our article. Finally, it should be noted that CSR programs look quite different in different geographical and economic contexts. Footnote 15. While in Western and other developed country contexts, CSR is often focused on employee welfare and environmental performance. In the developing country context, CSR is often focused on the development of public infrastructure or delivery of public goods. For example, India's CSR law requires expenditure on roads, schools, and hospitals. Footnote 16. While such programs reflect the needs of the country, they also provide insight into managers' motivation. Managers in the developing world, just as those in the developed world, must exercise discretion and make choices. They must select specific programs, and we argue that such selection reflects the motivations and interests of managers. 2.1. Defining and conceptualizing law and CSR. Regulation, a broader term for law, is developed on the assumption that parties will be motivated to comply with law's rules. A wide variety of ideas exists on what motivates that compliance. The traditional view, associated with the 19th century legal scholar, John Austin, came from his definition of law as a command of an authority backed up by a threat. Footnote 17. Subsequent thinking has moved well beyond that basic idea to suggest that law is an institution, part of the way people think and act, a set of rules. Roles and rituals which can be shaped by the exercise of formal and informal authority. Footnote 18. This more contemporary view of law and regulation underlies the view of CSR as a type of law. Footnote 19. Traditionally, CSR has been understood to be a voluntary exercise of executive discretion to allocate firm resources for projects that do not immediately or obviously benefit the firm. Instead, these allocations benefit other stakeholders. Footnote 20. More recent thinking has proposed CSR as a strategic approach to a range of competitive issues such as differentiating products, legitimacy, and risk reduction. Footnote 21. In the legal sphere, CSR has been promoted as a more efficient way to achieve regulatory objectives around environmental protection and worker well-being. In legal terms, business is conceptualized on the public-private divide as a private activity and so is subjected to minimal public regulation. Footnote 22. Accordingly, CSR as an exercise of executive discretion was largely not a matter of public regulatory interest, and indeed, this understanding of CSR as a voluntary approach was incorporated into some definitions, such as the European Union's 2004 definition. Nevertheless, it should be noted that the basic binary of CSR as either voluntary or mandatory misconstrues the concept. As Mahrez argues, many aspects of CSR, as for example, worker safety, have long been addressed by legislation. Footnote 23. Indeed, this non-binary understanding reflects a better understanding of CSR. It can be understood as a regulatory framework, an instance of regulatory governance. Footnote 24. An emerging global soft law system in response to corporate social costs and regulatory failures. Footnote 25. As Sheehy defines it, CSR is a socio-political movement which generates private self-regulatory initiatives Incorporating public and private international law norms seeking to ameliorate and mitigate the social harms of and to promote public good by industrial organizations. Footnote 26. Although CSR is generated by a combination of external social pressures and internal organizational response, Footnote 27. CSR finds itself with less space in the emerging public policy environment as an exclusively voluntary organizational act or exercise of executive decision. 2.2 Studies of mandatory CSR. This change in the regulatory environment is clear as the law is being reformed in different jurisdictions, expressing social expectations in authoritative hard rules passed by legislatures and executive governments. Footnote 28. Governments in different regions have enacted CSR laws and regulations, as for example in Asia, e.g., Indonesia, 2007, Philippines, 2011, and Bangladesh, 2011, India, 2013, China, 2011, in Europe, Denmark, 2008, France, 2010, Spain, 2011, Norway, 2013, European Union, 2014, and in South America, e.g., Argentina and Brazil, 2012. Specific national instances have significant variations. For example, India has passed programmatic CSR laws requiring business corporations to donate a certain percentage of profits to public works. Footnote 29. Similar efforts are also evidenced in the banking industry of Bangladesh, where, since 2011, banking regulators issued mandatory guidelines for green banking, sustainability, and climate change funds. The Bangladeshi regulator evaluates banks' social and environmental performance regularly. Footnote 30. The EU has mandated sustainability reporting. Footnote 31. Various common law jurisdictions have made explicit directors' duties to consider CSR concerns. Footnote 32. A position which conflicts with certain economic and management theories about stakeholders and shareholders' rights. Footnote 33. Accordingly, although law has never been opposed to CSR and, indeed, has required corporations to take account of non-shareholder interests, it is clear that there is increasing legislative action on the topic, broadening the scope of hard rights and duties. While prior research of mandatory CSR regulation has provided some insight into firms' responses in jurisdictions such as the EU, footnote 34, emerging economies such as India, footnote 35, and Bangladesh. Footnote 36, there is a paucity of information about mandatory CSR in other contexts such as Indonesia. Sheehy and the Mayanti's prior study of CSR laws in Indonesia revealed high levels of corruption and unintended consequences resulting from limited case studies in national regulation. Footnote 37. Perhaps somewhat surprisingly, to the best of our knowledge, there has been no study of managers' motivations and perceptions in the context of regulated CSR, and only a few investigations the specific choices of post-regulatory CSR programs. Understanding the impact of regulation is a major area of study itself, and mandatory CSR is no exception. Both the positive outcomes and the unintended consequences need to be identified and addressed. To date, the only study addressing these topics is a study of managers of Indian companies where CSR legislation has been found to reduce philanthropic and other initiatives backwards from higher levels toward the regulatorily mandated baseline. Footnote 38. 2.3 Motivation in CSR. Motivation is at the core of any regulatory scheme, as without proper motivation, regulatory efforts are destined to fail. CSR is no exception. Motivation in CSR has been explored in a number of studies. In a foundational paper, Aguilera et al. Create an analytical matrix. The vertical axis addresses motivation in terms of instrumental, relational, and moral motivators taken from Rupp and Williams, footnote 39, and Aguilera et al. Footnote 40. These categories of motivation can be understood as follows. Instrumental motivations are those motivations which satisfy the self-interest of the actor, the self-enhancing. Footnote 41. In this usage, CSR is an instrument being used to achieve the strategic ends set by the actor. By the term relational, Aguilera et al. Mean actors engaging with CSR for purposes of relationships, creating or maintaining different relationships. These relationships can range from interpersonal relationships within the firm through market relationships to institutional relationships around the globe. By moral motivations, Aguilera et al. Mean every ethical consideration from individuals' personal meaning to national and international norms around collective responsibility and well-being, self-transcending. Footnote 42. The motivations, as noted, are not understood to be mutually exclusive. Indeed, Aguilera et al. Identify a hierarchy, particularly at the organizational level, where managers are expected to pursue in order instrumental, relational, and moral motives. Footnote 43. These three motivations, the instrumental, relational, and moral of the vertical axis, operate across the whole of the horizontal axis. The horizontal axis is a range of 4 levels: the individual, organizational, national, and supranational. In this paper, the units of analysis are exclusively the individual and organizational level. Because organizations operate in an institutional environment, they are inclined to respond to institutional influences, such as national law and policy, for CSR practices. Hahn and Skiermesser observed 2 classes of motivation for CSR activities: instrumental motives and institutional motives. Footnote 44. Instrumental motives lead companies to develop a CSR programs in the hope that these activities will enable them to improve their competitive advantage, provide new business opportunities, avoid costly regulation, reinforce corporate reputation, and reduce corporate failure. Footnote 45. At the organizational level, we examine the programs implemented by organizations. These programs, while broadly stipulated by the Indonesian legislation, allow organizations to select those programs that reflect their values and interests. Thus, using Aguilera et al.'s framework, researchers can expect to see instrumental, relational, and moral motives at work at the organizational level. The instrumental programs would be ones which contribute to the bottom line or enhance strategic or social standing of the organizations. Recognizing the complexity of organizations, Aguilera et al. Do not suggest that only one motive must be in operation. Rather, they argue that at the organizational level, all 3 motivations will be active, but they will be prioritized in a hierarchy that reflects the organization's overall objectives. Aguilera et al. Propose a framework for these motives in their insider downward hierarchy, by which they mean an ordering of motives from instrumental through relational to moral. Footnote 46. We turn next to consider in greater depth the motivational categories and levels. In terms of levels, Aguilera et al. Follows Sayert and Marsh's top management team model, footnote 47, as comprising the organizational level. We investigate CSR programs to understand how the regulation has impacted on organizational motivations. To investigate the individual level, however, we must utilize a different framework. Thus, we look to psychological and economic studies to see how internal, intrinsic, and external, extrinsic drivers motivate decision-makers. Rupp and Williams examine the psychology motivating compliance in soft law regimes. Footnote 48. They criticize the crude neoclassical self interested Homo economicus to examine a range of drivers leading people to act against their own self-interest and instead acting in the name of norms, cooperation, fairness, empathy, and moral duty. Footnote 49. Rather than relying on extrinsic drivers, defined in the context of regulation by Gary Becker as a rational calculation of the magnitude of liability discounted by the probability of enforcement. Footnote 50. A nuanced psychological approach takes account of their other motivations. These motivations are self-determination, organizational justice, and social influence theory. Briefly, self-determination theory developed by Deci and Ryan. Footnote 51 suggests that humans are motivated by autonomy, a sense of competence, and relatedness. These three motivators lead to a sense of motivation and responsibility. In the organizational context of CSR, these motivations would be evident where people are expressing such ideas and feelings in relation to organizational CSR programs. Organizational justice views suggest humans respond to a sense of justice at work, which would be reflected in CSR programs that promote fairness in the use and applications of power. Footnote 52. Finally, in considering social influence theories, Rupp and Williams point to Kelman's work. Footnote 53. Kelman proposed that people and organizations motivated by three processes: compliance, identification, and internalization. Footnote 54. Compliance is a form of Bentham's desire to avoid pain and maximize pleasure. It is particularly important for the current study, which examines the nature of motivation in the context of mandatory CSR. Identification refers to a desire to be identified with desirable parties and avoid shame and embarrassment of being identified with undesirable parties. Internalization is the process of following guidelines because they reflect one's own values and beliefs. Again, all of these theories are relevant to our consideration of the motivations operating in this mandatory context. Examining motivation at the individual level, two studies provide significant insight. Both studies were conducted independently and examined both internal and external individual psychological motivations. The first, a study by Story and Nevis, investigated 229 supervisor-employee dyads to evaluate the impact of intrinsic moral motivation on employee performance. Footnote 55. In their study, they found that intrinsic motivation mattered, where CSR concerns were understood to be addressed because of supervisor and executive commitment to CSR principles. Employee performance was improved. This study connects with Aguilera's individual employee-focused conceptual construct. It provides some evidence of Rupp and Williams' model of social influence through interpersonal relationships and organizational justice. Footnote 56. The second study surveyed of 437 executives examining their external, financial, motivation and their internal, ethical and altruistic, motivation. The Graafland study found that internal motivations were stronger across both social and environmental issues. Footnote 57. The results of this study suggest that while instrumental, strategic motivations mattered at the organizational level, executives were expressing a significant sense of Deci and Ryan's motivation and responsibility in the domains of relational and moral motivations. While these findings are important, they do not provide information about motivation in other contexts. Importantly, we have limited knowledge of the impact of regulation on managerial motivation. The relationship between regulation and psychological drivers has been explored broadly by Sheehy and Fever. In their study of the connection, they theorize that hard command and control law relies on fear, while softer approaches rely on incentives, social, psychological, or economic. Footnote 58. A comprehensive study of psychological motivations in soft law contexts has produced interesting insights. The previously mentioned Rupp and Williams study investigated the utility of self-determination theory of human motivation, organizational justice theory, and social influence theory in understanding motivation in soft law. Footnote 59, they theorize a continuum at one end of which soft law appeals to morals, while at the other end, hard law appeals to self-interest. Self-determination, they argue, is manifested where Deci and Ryan's self-determination, autonomy, competence, and relatedness are supported in environments where people feel a sense of responsibility and motivation. Organizational justice theories are those drawn upon by Aguilera et al. Regulatory design and research have been premised on certain ideas about how people are motivated in regulatory contexts. Prior research has demonstrated an internal motivation to behave in ethical ways tends to be driven out and displaced by extrinsic reward frameworks in regulatory environments. Footnote 60, a problem that has come to be known as crowding out. Footnote 61, problematically for CSR, which some define as an organizational program that motivates organizations to go beyond compliance. Footnote 62, Rupp and Williams point out that hard law tends to achieve no more than compliance, undermining the motivation for individuals to fully meet the spirit as well as the letter of the law. Footnote 63, as a result, mandating CSR is likely to achieve only minimal levels of desired outcomes and further, to undermine genuine efforts to contribute to public welfare. This unintended consequence of mandatory CSR at the individual level may also have a perverse outcome at an organizational level. Aguinis and Glavas observe. An interesting finding regarding the effects of standards and certification is that they might actually diminish the focus on substantive CSR because management may become principally concerned with symbolic activities that serve to minimally comply with requirements. Footnote 64. Yet, a contradictory position is derived from Rupp and Williams' argument. They go on to note that top management may internalize justice norms, moving beyond instrumental reasons for CSR, a hypothesis that finds support in Grafland's study, and rather than decouple, they may integrate and embed CSR more deeply into organizations. Finally, Rupp and Williams note that at times, the very act of engagement with soft norms may induce changes in thinking which may ultimately result in change in organizational culture. Footnote 65 in terms of action. However, at the organizational level, hard regulation has been a significant motivator for action, particularly in environmental matters. Footnote 66, the current study, therefore, examines motivations of organizations and individual managers in the context of regulated CSR and, in particular, in the context of non-Western business cultures. 2.4 CSR in Indonesia. In the specific context of Indonesia, there is a dearth of CSR research. Exceptions include Ringwati Wagstein's 2011 Footnote 67 insightful review of its development in Indonesia, including the legislation, a set of studies by Gunawan investigating stakeholder perspectives, Gunawan 2016. Footnote 68, reporting practices, Gunawan 2015. Footnote 69, the development of CSR in the hotel industry, Gunawan and Putra 2014. Footnote 70 and a critical evaluation of the development of the law mandating CSR, Article 74 of the 2007 Limited Liability Corporation. Footnote 71 Gunawan has found that CSR continues to be viewed as a cost, something to be avoided. Footnote 72 Shihi and the Mayanti study of the Indonesian 3 case studies focused on legal issues related to the structure of the positive law. Footnote 73 their case studies provided evidence of significant corruption and unintended consequences of CSR. Thus, while the prior studies in Indonesia provide critical evaluation of the development and implementation of law, these studies did not address management discretion and motivation in the choice of mandatory CSR programs. In this regard, our study makes an additional contextual contribution. The current study contributes to the CSR literature in the context of Indonesia by providing detail of mandatory CSR practice in Indonesia. In the shift from voluntary soft law to mandatory hard law, we expect that the importance of self-determination, organizational justice, and social influence will continue to motivate compliance with law. These intrinsic psychological drivers of human behavior are unlikely to disappear simply because of external factors. While hard law may well work to draw attention to and focus upon specific matters of social concern, they need not be understood as necessarily driving out intrinsic motivation. Further, where the focus of the regulation is on the organization rather than the individual, extrinsic motivations such as punishment may have a greater sounding than the finer moral aspirations of individuals. 3. The case of Indonesian context. Indonesia is the world's largest island nation with a population of more than 238 million people spread over 17,000 islands divided into 34 provinces. Footnote 74. In terms of its economy, Indonesia has been forecast to be the 5th largest economy globally by 2030 and 4th by 2050. Footnote 75. Although ethnically diverse, the country consists of 300 distinct ethnic and linguistic groups. The largest and most politically dominant ethnic group is the Javanese, who comprise approximately 42% of the population. Footnote 76. Accordingly, we have focused our study on the island of Java and selected the province of Central Java as broadly representative of the island. CSR in Indonesia has not arisen of its own accord. Indonesia has been a site of business-focused social activism both internationally and locally orientated. Internationally, consumers have been scandalized by the behavior of Levi's and Nike suppliers in Indonesia. Footnote 77. Locally, activists have agitated for CSR while local elites have opposed such obligations, ultimately only resolved through the passing of various pieces of CSR legislation. Footnote 78. In terms of CSR in the Indonesian legal context, one is required to go back to the legal foundation, Indonesia's 1945 Constitution. Among other things, the Constitution provides a hierarchy of laws in Article 7, 1. It follows below. A. Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia of 1945. B. People's Consultative Council Decree. C. Law or government regulation in lieu of law. D. Government regulation. E. Presidential decree, also known as regulation. F. Provincial regulation. And G. Regency/municipality regulation. At the provincial level, the provinces retain considerable autonomy to make their own laws. Every province has its own regional people's representatives council, Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Daerah. Further, every province in Indonesia has its own governor and regional legal bodies. Provincial laws are based on the higher laws, the central government's national laws and related regulation, and cannot be contrary to those laws. Provincial laws and regulations are made to address specific local issues and are usually in accord with regional development plans. Finally, the lowest level of government, the regencies and municipalities, considerable powers still exist in terms of law creation and administration. They have power to create such rules as may be necessary to implement laws created at higher levels of government. Indonesian law recognizes several types of business organizations from various forms of partnership, including general partnerships, persekutuan perdata, limited partnerships, firma, and liability partnerships, CV. Comanditair Venuchap, through cooperatives, Cooperacy, to the Common Limited Liability Corporation, PT Persecution per Data, of Law 40/2007. Each form has its own regulations under the national law and includes making a profit as an accepted purpose. This existing legal regime prioritizing profit is supplemented by the CSR regulation rather than replaced by it. In terms of CSR regulation, after the fall of the dictator Suharto's New Order regime in 1998, the new government responded to broader societal demands for corporate contributions to social issues. Footnote 79, the central government mandated CSR legislation requiring businesses, particularly those related to natural resources, to undertake CSR. In 2007, 2 CSR-related laws were enacted. Investment Law No. 25/2007 and Limited Liability Companies, LLCs, Law No. 40/2007, both of which laws are acknowledged as amongst the world's first laws for mandatory CSR for state-owned. Footnote 80. In addition, for listed companies, the Capital Market and Financial Institutions Supervisory Board, now the Indonesian Financial Service Authority, issued a separate regulation, No. X.K.6 in 2006. Under this regulation, all listed companies' annual reports must describe activities and expenditures related to CSR to societies and environment. Footnote 81. At the provincial level, the Central Javanese government passed Regulation No. February 2017 concerning corporate social and environmental responsibility, a regulation which automatically came into effect. This law was designed to implement the Republic's Law No. 40/2007 on LLCs, now superseded by April 2020. The provincial government decided to enact its law for a variety of reasons, including local companies' lack of commitment to and practice of CSR. Prior to the regulation, companies conducted CSR as they saw fit, if at all, without any direction from government. There was no framework, no required reporting, and a lack of clarity concerning both the nature and the impacts of CSR. As noted, there were several purposes for this regulation. The first was to address the development needs of the community, Art. 3.2. The second purpose was to increase awareness of CSR among companies of the province of Central Java. Third was to strengthen the CSR arrangements enacted in the prior national legislation, which was weak and ignored companies' fields of expertise. Fourth, some parties had been complaining that there was a lack of clarity as to whether non-extractive Indonesian companies were obligated to comply with all national CSR rules. Accordingly, this provincial regulation provided legal certainty for companies in Central Java. And finally, the regulation provided direction to implement CSR programs in accordance with Sustainable Regional Development Programs published by the provincial government. Significantly, the national law was poorly designed in that a failure to comply had no consequences. Accordingly, the Central Javanese law provided that failure to comply with the law and regulation could lead to being charged with an administrative sanction. In the case of this provincial regulation, the governor can order a sanction by warning letters and/or an announcement in the region's mass media. Art. 21.2. Governor Regulation. Finally, the law identifies the activities that will be accepted as CSR activities. Central Java Provincial Regulation No. February 2017 on Corporate Social and Environmental Responsibility, Article 13 stipulates the 11 following programs as approved CSR activities. A. Education. B. Well-being or health programs. C. Sport, art or tourism programs. D. Public welfare programs. E. Empowering community economy programs. F. Religious activity programs. G. Environmental protection and management programs. H. agricultural or plantation or forestry or husbandry or marine and fishery programs. 1. Sustainable energy programs. J. Emergency and mitigation programs, and K. Community assistance and infrastructure programs. While certainly these 11 stipulated activities are broad categories of activity, and there is considerable room for discretion as well as self-interested activities, self-dealing and fraud, it at least provides some parameters and guidance. These programs are all focused on relational motives. They limit, at least to some degree, the availability of overtly instrumental and moral opportunities. These latter opportunities, however, can be crafted through the application of human creativity to the task, an activity well known, for example, among business professionals as creative accounting. Based on the foregoing discussion, we have developed the following research questions. RQ 1. What CSR programs were selected and developed by managers pursuant to the regulation in Indonesia? RQ 2. What do these programs tell us about underlying motivation of CSR? RQ 3. Are the regulations creating relationally motivated CSR programs sufficient to adequately limit instrumental motives? RQ 4. Is shifting CSR to hard law an effective strategy for increasing public good and reducing harms of private enterprises? For research method. A quantitative approach was taken for this research, as this approach provides an overview of an activity as well as allows investigation into specifics of operations and internal motivation. It provides insight into the perspectives of actors through in-depth interactions and draws out their interpretations of events and programs. Footnote 82. To address our research questions, we conducted a survey and documentary analysis. In the first instance, questionnaires were sent to 50 companies, none of which were state-owned enterprises, located in Central Java. There were 25 initial respondents, of whom 15 completed the questionnaires in dialogue with the local researcher. The local researcher attended the offices of the companies and spoke to the responsible managers for 1 to 2 hours. During the visit, the researcher helped the managers understand the questions in the questionnaire and recorded answers. The questionnaires were in Bahasa Indonesia, Indonesian, and the discussions were conducted in a mix of Indonesian and the local language, Javanese, to facilitate a clearer understanding. The managers were asked to provide information on a company's CSR activities in diverse areas such as A. Education, B. Well-being or health programs, C. Sport, art or tourism programs, D. Public welfare programs, E. Empowering community economy programs, F. Religious activities programs, G. Environmental protection and management programs, H. Agricultural or plantation or forestry or husbandry or marine and fishery programs. 1. Sustainable energy programs, J. Emergency and mitigation programs, and K. Community assistance program and infrastructure programs. The local researcher translated the survey results and then translated respondents' comments into English. Secondary data was also collected from legislation, companies, and local governments, and used for the development of contextual information and establishing positive law. The researchers then categorized the 11 stipulated activities into the 3 motivational categories identified by Aguilera et al.: instrumental, relational, and moral. As the programs are designed to both raise awareness and ensure that the primary objective of CSR, namely community benefit, is the focus, the instrumental category is blank in the first instance and contains only X, where there is a clear potential instrumental benefit to the organization. This categorization acknowledges Aguilera et al.'s identification of the complexity and possibility of mixed motives, particularly at the organizational level. The result is set out in Table 1 below. Table 1, categorization of mandated social programs. Full-size table. Certainly, these allocation of motives to regulator categorizations are not hard and indisputable. Rather, they are tentative, recognizing, for example, the potential for instrumental motivations to be operating in all categories while other motivations may well be operating in the other categories. For example, ensuring apprenticeships are available to local people is categorized as moral, yet our local researcher informs that local employment is a strategy of several of the organizations to keep local stakeholders from protesting against other aspects of operations. 5 findings. This section sets out the findings of the study. We note that a wide variety of programs were undertaken. This variety was mirrored in the responses of most of the 15 participants. We present below the tables setting out the activities. We then consider what was gleaned from the surveys pertaining to motivation. 5.1 CSR programs managers selected pursuant to the regulation in Indonesia RQ1. The overall CSR programs are given in Table 2. Table 2, corporation social responsibility programs. Full-size table. From Table 2, it is clear that all the surveyed firms are engaging CSR and that a variety of programs are being implemented. Yet, it is equally clear that while there are 5 opportunities for instrumental programs, Regulations C, D, F, J, and K, there was a concentration in C, F, and K, sport, religion, and community assistance and infrastructure. Programs with less instrumental appeal, education, health, and empowering community, Regulations A, B, and E, were still areas of investment. Taking the analysis further, we can see that health and neighborhood development were the most common programs. In terms of programs with greater instrumental motivations, programs related to religion, infrastructure, and sport were the most common programs. From Table 3, it is evident that firms have initiated different social programs and taken into consideration of local and community needs. These initiatives include offering job opportunities to local people in surrounding neighborhoods, the establishment of health and wealth programs for the local communities, and the commencement of apprenticeship programs for local high school students, 8 firms. Table 3, frequency of social programs of case firms, N equals 15. Full-size table. These firms took further CSR initiatives by developing programs that integrated local and community needs and prioritized local demands and well-being, 12 firms. The programs of these firms are particularly noteworthy as they align with arguments made in previous studies. CSR programs should emerge in response to local, contextual problems and issues to take account of different, distinctive settings. Footnote 83. Connecting the programs under the provincial laws with the national government mandate for CSR programs provides some interesting insights. In Table 4 below, the programs are compared with nationally mandated programs. Footnote 80 for all activities on Table 4, Partnership Program and Community Development, arise from Republic Law April 2020. In the table, the firm's engagement in such programs is noted and expressed in terms of frequency and percent. Table 4, frequency of corporation social responsibility economic programs, N equals 15. Full-size table. Again, it is clear from Table 4 below that there is a fair diversity of programs. There is an absence of activity in the agricultural sector for reasons unknown. The rest of the activity appears relatively evenly distributed. Finally, we turn to consider environmental programs, programs considered to be stewardship, falling into Aguilera et al. S. moral category. From Table 5, it is evident that firms have initiated different environmental programs to protect the natural environment. These include the establishment of environmental protection and management programs, Establishment of green and tree planting programs, 14 firms. Additionally, a significant number of surveyed firms took initiatives for environmental activities, such as the establishment of a solid waste handling program and the development of a management program for handling environmental disasters. 7 firms. Finally, 60% of firms surveyed established a liquid waste handling program, 9 firms. Despite Aguilera et al. Considering these programs moral in nature, it should be noted that they are strongly implicated in economic studies as instrumental. Footnote 85, an important issue for Indonesian firms which oppose CSR in the first instance on concerns of the economic consequences. Footnote 86. Table 5, frequency of corporation, social responsibility environmental programs, N equals 15. Full-size table. It must be mentioned that many of the programs, such as religious and community infrastructure building, would have significant relationship motivations. In particular, these programs would make a strong, positive impression on local communities about the social value of the presence of these businesses in the local community. Finally, none of the programs were overtly exploited for instrumental purposes. It appears that the CSR regulation is sufficient in limiting instrumental motives. While these motives are clearly in operation as would be expected, they did not dominate to the extent of excluding the relational and moral motives. 5.2 Investigating managers' opinions on CSR issues and their underlying motivation in the regulated CSR environment of Indonesia, RQ2 and RQ3. This review of programs categorized as instrumental, relational, and moral was probed in the dialogues accompanying administration of the questionnaire. In these dialogues, most firms were clear that their motivation was compliance, i.e., instrumental. They were not motivated by moral concerns for workers or neighboring communities or the environment. Nor yet were they particularly interested in other firms' behaviors, contrary to isomorphic theories of firm behavior. Footnote 87. Finally, they found little interest in using CSR as a means of strategic differentiation or other economic advantage, contrary to strategic management theory on this issue. Footnote 88. Rather, CSR programs were merely one more requirement of government and simply a cost of doing business, consistent with Gunawan's findings. It is possible, however, to extract further information about motivation from the choice of CSR programs. It would appear that in complying with the regulation, most firms were motivated relationally to assist the local community, as the majority of firms selected CSR programs that had a strong local focus. We note too that, with the exception of agriculture, a range of programs were chosen again reflecting consideration of the needs of the local community. Thus, beyond compliance, we can see some interest in and motivation to support the local community through different programs. In the process of administering the survey, we found 2 firms that were clearly engaged in CSR programs on their own initiative pursuing moral goals. In both of these firms, the CSR programs were enactments of founders' philosophies about the nature of the firm and its relationship to society which provided moral motivation for the CSR programs. 5.3 Creating relationally motivated CSR programs through regulation is sufficient to adequately limit instrumental motives. RQ3. Is CSR hard law an effective strategy for increasing public good and reducing harms of private enterprises? RQ4. This study provides insight into hard CSR regulation and its operation in the context of Indonesia. It demonstrates that hard regulation is able to generate a significant response among businesses. These responses generate public good, and further, such responses are not merely limited to instrumentally motivated CSR behaviors. Rather, while certainly elements of instrumental motivation are evident in CSR programs chosen, a variety of programs, often with less obvious instrumental and more clearly relational and moral motivations of social and environmental care prevailed. Programs that made real contributions to the community were in evidence. They promoted community well-being. While certainly some, such as the religious programs, have strong, positive reputational effects, those with less obvious implications were not wholly ignored. As such, there is certain evidence of law working to limit self-interested behavior and rebalance the private-public benefit of corporate organizations' operations. Further, the investment in environmental programs was unexpected. While the provincial regulation did not require it, many of the firms did. Table 5. Further, although the central government required it in some instances, as previously mentioned, there is a lack of penalty for non-compliance. The requirement of Republic Law April 2020, which replaced Republic Law July 2015, is likely to have provided some incentive. However, it is unclear whether and to what extent this was the case in motivating this investment in environmental improvement. Interestingly, there is anecdotal evidence of persistent moral motivations, setting aside instrumental motives where firm founders were motivated to be socially integrated. These moral motivations seem to persist and drive a higher quality of CSR program and engagement. Of particular note for our study is that we did not see mandated CSR as driving out the moral motivation. While it is unclear whether moral motivations at the individual level have changed, the evidence is clear at the organizational level. Our study demonstrates that a range of motivations continue to operate in organizations. Intrinsic, self-transcendent motivations survive and remain significant in a mandatory environment. By the same token, it is obvious that extrinsic motivations, the self-enhancing motivations, are at work, as one would expect. It is further evident that CSR can continue to be an effective, flexible response to local conditions, where the regulation allows sufficient discretion to upper management. In other words, although government may have mandated CSR, the specific CSR programs may still be tailored to local community needs. The CSR programs selected by companies to a considerable degree reflected real engagement in community needs and efforts to address local community concerns. From this finding, we can conclude with at least some level of certainty that there is relational motivation to meet community needs and not simply blind, lowest cost compliance. The regulation appears to be sufficient to avoid exclusively instrumentally motivated CSR and serves as a good safeguard for reducing harms from private sector's externalities. From that finding, we can say that relationally motivated CSR programs limit the instrumentally motivated CSR activities in the context. Nevertheless, it was equally clear was that for the most part, firms were engaged in CSR in order to comply with law. Most firms did little more than was required, demonstrating that there was little motivation beyond compliance. In other words, there is some evidence and argument for the implementation of mandatory CSR regulation if the aim is to improve local community living. Additionally, it is clear, at least in this limited sample, that firm philosophy may remain a fundamental motivation for firms' CSR. In particular, firms that are committed to CSR programs philosophically do not find their commitment being overridden or displaced by law. The concern that mandatory CSR will necessarily drive out philanthropic motivations, footnote 89, as found elsewhere, footnote 90, is not borne out by the evidence in Indonesia. These findings are important because they provide counter-evidence to the view that mandating CSR will do little more than drive out responsiveness and pre-existing moral motivations. 6. Conclusion. This study provides insight into motivation at individual and organizational levels in the shift from soft to hard law. Using the case of CSR regulation and its operation in the context of a developing country, such as Indonesia, It demonstrates that hard regulation is able to generate a significant response among businesses for social and environmental care. The current study contributed to an understanding of law by providing insight into motivating compliance. It demonstrated that hard law can be an effective way of motivating organizations. Further, it demonstrated that hard law need not crowd out intrinsic moral motivations, and particularly that organizational leaders will be motivated by self-determination, organizational justice, and social influence in developing compliance regimes and related decision-making. The study also provided insight into the CSR literature in two significant ways. First, the study provides critical insight on the issue of instrumental versus moral motives in the context of hard regulation. Questions about these issues were an unanswered issue in the regulation and governance and in the CSR literature. In particular, there was no study addressing the question of firm motivation, whether firms would comply with CSR regulations instrumentally or out of a moral concern for community and environmental matters in the context of the emergence of hard law. The current study contributes to the literature by answering this question. Additionally, the current study captured the attitudes of managers of CSR programs in a hard regulatory environment. Prior studies investigated managers' motivations in CSR when CSR practices were predominantly voluntary. Footnote 91. Our study contributes to the literature by capturing managers' CSR choices and behaviors in a hard regulatory environment. Second, our study broadens the understanding of CSR in Indonesia. While prior research of mandatory CSR regulation provided some insight into firms' responses in other emerging economies, such as Bangladesh, footnote 92, there was lack of information about CSR in Indonesia. The current study has contributed detailed accounts of CSR in Indonesia. This study supplements prior work on CSR in Indonesia, providing insight into the implementation of law. Footnote 93. In the current case, a success of sorts in comparison to the corruption found in the earlier study. There are a number of limitations to this study. First, the sample is relatively small to make strong claims of generalizability. That is an area for further study. Second, had we been able to conduct qualitative research, such as using interviews, it would have been possible to probe further and add nuance to the issues of program selection and individual motivation. Third, the current study has been conducted only in the context of Indonesia, so findings cannot be generalized beyond that context. Given mandatory CSR regulations are being enacted found in other developing countries, future research can compare the effectiveness of mandatory regulation by examining two or more developing countries and taking institutional, political, and socioeconomic contexts into account. With the rapid and significant investment in the development of mandatory CSR, it is clear that more research is required into regulatory design and potential unintended consequences and effects. These effects need to consider not only the actual programs developed and implemented, but also motivation, for after all, it is the underlying motivation which enlivens any compliance and informs related decision-making about CSR, law, and its implementation. Abstract. Due to pressure from regulatory authorities, the requirement to remain compliant has tremendously increased over the last decade. To support compliance-related activities, a plethora of compliance management frameworks, CMFs, compliance languages, and systems have emerged, which is on one hand advantageous, but may cause confusion when deciding which CMF can be used to best fulfill the organization's internal requirements. This is due to the lack of acceptable compliance tools and methodologies in the compliance domain to uncover and compare the multidimensionality of capability between different frameworks and users' needs, which give rise to the question of how to formally evaluate a CMF. In this paper, we propose methodologies to formally evaluate CMFs, compliance languages and systems, in particular the underlying formal language of a CMF, and present the formal evaluation of two prominent formal language-based CMFs, namely Penelope and PCL, with a business contract using formal analysis approach. Our evaluations formally validate that the proposed methodologies are instrumental in deciding on the suitability of a CMF when it comes to evaluating the underlying formal logic of the framework to represent different types of norms. Keywords: norms, norms modeling, formal evaluations, compliance frameworks. 1. Introduction. The requirement of being compliant is no longer an option. Over the past decades, the failure of large corporations such as WorldCom, Enron, etc., had created a resounding impact on the world economy. As a result, different regulatory acts and standards, such Sarbanes-Oxley Act 1 and Basel Regulation 2, have emerged to alleviate the problems that may appear, leaving organizations no choice but to comply with these regulations or face severe penalties. 3, which introduces new challenges at both organizational and technical levels. At the core of any organization are its business processes, which provide an abstract view of the state of affairs of how well their businesses are running and their alignment with the regulatory requirements that govern the business operations. There are, in general, 3 strategies that enterprises can use to ensure that their businesses are compliant with the requirements, namely, 1. Design time compliance verification, which adheres to the compliance by design (CBD) principle. 4. Evaluates business processes at the design phase for potential non-compliant behavior before they are executed. 2. Runtime monitoring, which evaluate the business process and identify critical inefficiencies and bottlenecks during its execution. And 3. Auditing or post-execution, which detect anomalies and violations after execution. See 5 for details. To support these strategies, various compliance management frameworks, CMFs, offering different kinds of functionalities and capabilities have been proposed. 6. As stated in 7, the generalizability of a theory to a description of the results that the practitioner would observe if he were to use the theory in a new setting is arguably the most important form of generalizability. For a CMF to be effective, it should be based on some conceptually sound foundations to faithfully capture the meanings of different types of norms. 3. Or the effectiveness of the CMF will be reduced significantly. Hence, the effectiveness of a CMF is largely dependent on the expressive power of the underlying formalism being used, whether it is capable of representing all types of norms and how accurately it can capture the meanings of the norms. In this paper, we present a methodology to evaluate CMFs, with a specific focus on how well the underlying formalisms can be used to represent different types of norms, in particular, how accurate the extracted norms can truly capture the intended meaning of the relevant business processes. For this purpose, we report here a formal evaluation of 2 prominent formal language-based compliance frameworks, namely, Process Entailment for Elicitation of Obligations and Permissions, Penelope, 8, and Process Compliance Language, PCL 9, using the methodologies proposed in this paper to address the above-mentioned issues. The contribution of this paper is twofold. 1. Methodology to extract the normative requirements. We propose a structured methodology to extract normative requirements, especially obligations, from the regulatory texts based on the well-known if-then structure. To be able to capture different aspects of a business process, we extend the structure with control flow, data and resources, and temporal element. making it possible to abstract the information of the regulatory texts to determine which rules are relevant to the activities of a process and under which conditions, which provides a basis for deeper analysis of the extracted norms. 2. Methodology to compare CMFs. Based on the classification model presented in 10, we proposed a methodology to formally evaluate the underlying formalism of CMFs in representing and evaluating the norms. Using a synthetic but plausible business contract, we model the normative requirements using Penelope and PCL and examine their capabilities and limitations in encoding different types of norms as well as compliance verification. Our results show that the proposed approach allows us to determine the suitability of a CMF for representing legal norms and automate the compliance checking process in an effective and efficient way. This paper is organized as follows. Section 2 recalls the basic normative requirements as proposed in 10.11, followed by a discussion on the nature and some characteristics of a typical business contract. The major components of the normative requirements extraction methodology will be described in Section 4. Based on this, a comparative analysis of the two frameworks mentioned above and a discussion on the shortcomings of the underlying formalisms used in these frameworks will be presented in Section 5 and Section 7, respectively. Finally, an account of the related work is presented in Section 6 before concluding the paper with some remarks and pointers to future work. 2. Revisiting normative requirements. Norms in legal settings can be very complex and can include issues with local and global aspects, making it very difficult to extract and formulate it in a concise and unambiguous way. Typically, norms aim to control the behavior of their subject and prescribe the situations under which they are applicable and generate normative effects when applied. Within the scope of business process compliance, BPC, deontic effects, aka normative positions, are of interest and can be classified into 4 basic categories, namely 1. Obligation, a situation, an act, or a course of action to which a bearer is legally bound, and a violation may appear if it cannot be achieved or the associated action cannot be performed. The second, prohibition, a situation, an act, or a course of action which a bearer should avoid, and if it is achieved results in a violation. 3. Permission, a situation when no obligation or prohibition on the contrary holds, and 4. Duty, a situation or action required by a bearer's position or function undertaken through the binding force of something that is morally or legally right. In general, a norm is fulfilled once its applicability conditions has been satisfied and will remain in force until it has been terminated or breached and removed from the context, i.e., the time that the norm ceases to hold and will have no further interactions with other norms. However, in BPC, a breach of an obligation, aka violation, does not necessarily mean the immediate termination of the obligation, as there are circumstances that it can be compensated. Hence, the status of an obligation and the status of the business process may be subject to further investigations before a final conclusion can be decided. The concept of permission has been extensively investigated in literature where a number of studies provided key ideas of the concept 12, 13, 14, 15. 16. Logical understanding and interpretation in various settings 17, 18. 19, 20. Distinctions between different classes 18, 21, and criticism. 22, 23, 24 on permission applied to specific contexts have been reported. Permission can be classified into 2 kinds, namely, weak permission and strong permission. Note that Mackinson and van der Tory 18 labels weak and strong permissions as negative, minus, and positive, plus symbol permissions, respectively. Weak permission is a straightforward notion to describe that something, object X, is permissible by a normative code if and only if its opposite, object X, is not forbidden by the same code, 18, or in other words, it is implied from the absence of prohibition. Strong permission, in contrast, is rather more subtle and complex. It describes an object X is only permissible if and only if object X is explicitly permitted by the normative code, and are further divided as I, static permission, which refers to something, object X, is permitted in the presence of another thing, object Y, that is obligatory, and when joining them together we derive what is explicitly permitted by the normative system, and 2, dynamic permission, which determine it. The limits on what may be forbidden without violating the static permission. 18. A formal analysis and causal normative treatment of strong permissions can be found at 18 and 25, respectively. It should be noted that permissions are constraints that cannot be violated. They play no specific role in the compliance validation process. Rather, they are used to derive other deontic effects and obligations to the contrary, which can be used to prevent incorrect assessment of whether a business process is compliant. 26. The notion of duty has been extensively explored in literature. It is somewhat similar to an obligation, which under some contextual conditions expects bearers' actions. However, what separates duties from obligations is that duties arise from bearers' societal position, status, or role, whereas obligations may arise or be created voluntarily, and they may be owed to a citizen who has rights. 27. 28. Brandt 29. Describe duty and obligation as jointly distinctive based on I. The nature of their content, which depends on the code and practice of the bearers group. 2. The conduct of one's duty or obligation is not required to be fixed by the nature of the bearer's action. And 3. The force of duty obligation is generally coercive, either morally or by law. Similar to obligations, the conditions of a duty can be breached, which may result in moral or legal, potentially adverse, consequences. Depending on the nature and severity of the breach, remedial actions can be taken to remedy the breach. From a philosophical perspective, Kant argues that a breach of a duty is impossible. He based his claims on two grounds that human being is necessitated to act morally on the call for the duty, 12, and 2, on acknowledging and acting upon the moral principles deemed relevant to the case, 13. However, Mill, 14, argue against the impossibility of conflict of duty on moral grounds, suggesting that violations of moral duty can be directly punished. It is because in Mills's view, 14, duty is characterized as odd, which directly corresponds to an obligation, and a violation of an obligation is punishable in law. We subscribe to this view in our classification. As the philosophical discussion on the concept of duty is out of the scope of this paper, interested readers see for detailed account of the concept of duty, moral and non-moral characteristics, usage, 27, 28, 29, 30, correspondence with, rights and obligations, 31, 32, 33, conflict and compulsion of duty, 12, 13, 14. Each norm can have their lifespan and will produce effects when they become applicable. Through studying their temporal validity, i.e., the time of when a norm becomes fulfilled, holds, being used and violated by other norms, refs. 10, 11. Proposed a classification framework to categorize different types of norms. Here, we extend this framework by including their relationship with other deonic effects, such as duty, as depicted in Figure 1. Figure 1. Classes and relationships of normative requirements, adapted from 11. In general, persistence obligations are the most common type of obligation that appears in a business process. That is, when the conditions of an obligation has been fulfilled, it will remain in force until it has been terminated. It can further be classified into two types, namely, achievement obligation, meaning that it is sufficient if the contents of the obligation can be achieved at least once during the whole time interval. And a maintenance obligation requires the conditions of the obligation must be fulfilled during the whole time interval in which the obligation holds, irrespective to their type. If the obligation conditions of an achievement obligation are fulfilled even before the obligation starts to hold, then it will be classified as a preemptive obligation. Otherwise, it is a non-preemptive obligation. A punctual obligation, on the other hand, requires the obligation to be fulfilled at a particular instance of time, or a violation will appear. As mentioned before, one property of the obligations is that they can be violated. Depending on the violation conditions, a violated obligation may possibly be compensated by another obligations, keeping the business process remain compliant, but operating under a subideal situation. However, since the compensated obligations by themselves are obligations, they can further be violated and compensated recursively, 34, which is semantically equivalent to the contrary to duty, CTD, structure, 35. That is, a situation where an obligation comes into effect while another, normally more preferred, obligation is violated, 36. Mostly in literature, the CTD structure is considered as a kind of reparative approach to violation and is not uncommon in business contracts. In fact, many business contracts contain compensatory provisions, prescribing penalties and other sanctions that are enforced upon the breach of certain obligatory conditions. However, it should be noted that not all obligations can be compensated, and uncompensated violations would result in the process being non-compliant or a penalty will be imposed. Therefore, in certain cases, it is a requirement that the effects of a violation must be considered during the compliance verification process. If an obligation persists after a violation, it is called a perdurant obligation or a non-perdurant obligation, otherwise. In the next section, we are going to describe the properties and characteristics of a business contract. 3. Characteristics and properties of legal documents. Dealing with contracts or public regulations is part of the exercise that every organization needs to articulate or implement in their own business processes. A contract, in general, is a specific agreement between two parties, namely, offer and acceptance, and must include I. An intention to create a legal relation, 2. A consideration, something of value, not necessarily monetary. That includes other to enter into the agreement, 3. A mutuality of obligation where both parties must be bounded to perform their obligations and the prescribed conditions constraining their behavior, such as what they should do and what they should avoid. And it may also include their rights and duties while the contract is enforced. And 4. The competency and capacity which states the legal capacity of the parties involved, 37. At a more abstract level, a typical business contract or government regulation may consist of the following document structure. Part, sections, regulations, clauses, hashtag or name ++. Subpart, subsection, subregulation, subclauses, ++. Paragraph, hashtag or name, ++. Subparagraph, hashtag or name, ++. Subparagraph, hashtag or name. In this sense, a contract can be considered as a finite set of articles, agreed and signed by the involved parties, under which each article, i.e., contract condition, can further be divided into different clauses as well as subclauses. Essentially, this structure allows the cross-referencing and backtracking of the norms and indices of various components, e.g., sections, subsections, etc., of the document. 38. Figure 2 presents a simplified version of a technology equipment supply business contract. As can be seen from the figure, the contract enters into force as soon as it is signed by the two parties, i.e., the principal, the contracting entity, and the contractor, the contracted entity, and will be terminated upon the fulfillment of agreed conditions. In addition, it also lays out the conditions under which both parties need to comply with. Figure 2. Simplified example of a technology equipment supply contract, adopted from 39. However, a contract may contain vague and ambiguous legal jargons or terms, with sometimes unstructured or even badly structured texts, which is difficult to understand. Typically, an analyst in the industry will look for the important information by scanning the legal document and make sense of it based on the reporter's model of 5Ws and 1H, as illustrated in Figure 3. Figure 3. Reporter's model of inquiry. Who helps to identify who the document is from, who will be affected, or who will benefit. For example, people, objects, etc. Why may help to identify the goal, for example, causes for events or actions. Hence, an analyst should look for key terms or clues on what the norm aims to achieve. For example, a subpoena clause might want an appearance in the court in case of a breach. What may facilitate the identification of actions of events. For example, a court notice may require a personal appearance in the court for a case. Hence, it's particularly important that the analyst pay special attention to what the norm asks for, i.e., is that anything that one needs to do. When may help to determine the temporality of some events or actions, meaning that a norm might prescribe some deadline of time limits in performing some action. For example, rent must be paid on the second day of every month. Where may help to determine the places or jurisdictions a norm may be applicable at. For example, where the contract is applicable or which states have the jurisdiction. Accordingly, a norm might prescribe some context, which may also have some relationship with a course of actions. For example, where should the admission form be sent? Whilst norms are prescriptive in nature, they may also define the course of actions on how a certain activity should be carried out. Hence, analysts should look for certain clues to determine what and or who will be affected, or if there is a specific order of tasks that needs to be considered. 4. Norms extraction methodology. Based on the reporter's model presented in the previous section, in this section, we are going to present an approach to properly extract the legal norms from regulatory texts, which comprises of 3 distinct components, namely 1. Document abstraction process, 2. Logical structure abstraction, and 3. Normative rules generation, as illustrated in Figure 4. Figure 4. Norms extraction methodology architecture, adopted from 39. For point 1, document abstraction process. To improve the comprehensibility of a legal document for a better understanding of the contract conditions, we have to abstract and convert it into a structure that can facilitate the legal norms extraction process. Hence, we utilize the reporter's model presented in the previous section to abstract the logical structure of a legal document using the steps as shown below. Identify preconditions. A precondition is a predicate that must always be true before an action can take place, or must appear before an operation in a formal specification. It provides the basis for the applicability of a particular rule with respect to a relevant context, and is a frame of reference that ensures the implementation of the rule. In some situations, it is paramount that a precondition must remain true all the time during the execution of an action, or the effects of such action will become undefined. Identify triggers for rules. A trigger is the events that can be used to trigger the initiation and/or termination of a rule. To determine the triggers, one should look for some temporal or substantive or semiotic indicators that must hold in the set of preconditions of the rule. Note that in the legal domain, it is not uncommon that a rule can have one or more triggers associated with it. 34. Identify relevant tasks. A task is an activity that is carried out to achieve a specific goal and can be divided into a set of assignments with defined deadlines. Generally, a task has a start and an endpoint determining the temporal validity of the execution of the task. The completion of all assignments indicates the completion of a task. From a regulatory compliance perspective, it is possible that a norm may impose constraints on one or more tasks of the process controlling its behavior by stipulating when and how an activity should be carried out. Hence, the analyst needs to ask what or which are the tasks a rule is applicable to, when and until when the rule is applicable, how the activity should be performed, etc. The when question determines the temporal validity of the rule giving the start and end conditions, why the rule is applicable to the task. The why question helps in defining the context in which a rule is applicable and may determine the effects of the task and the legal effects the rule intends to achieve. Moreover, it may also determine dependencies between the rules and tasks of the process. Lastly, the how question may determine the ways in which a task should be carried out. Identify process aspect. A typical business process is a self-contained temporal and logical model of a set of activities executed to achieve some defined goals. Essentially, a business process defines when a task should be carried out, control flow, by whom, who is involved, and on what it needs to be done, to data and resources. From a business process perspective, norms aim to control the behavior of a business process by imposing constraints on one or more aspects of a business process. For example, a norm may prescribe conditions that an activity should be carried out in a particular order, e.g., acknowledge the complaint after receiving it, while others may prescribe some activities that need to be performed under a regular interval, e.g., monitoring the patient's vital signs during surgical operation. Hence, in this step, one needs to determine which process aspect or rule is applicable to and whether the rule is relevant to one or more particular aspects. Identify rule conditions. In addition to the items above, through performing or abstaining from some activities, a norm may stipulate one or more conditions on the business process that lead it to a desired state. For instance, some rules may prescribe actions that need to be repeated by a number of times within a particular time frame, while others may prescribe some actions that need to be taken or avoided. Such conditions determine the objectives of the rules and provide details of intradependencies of tasks within a business process. Identify rule type. According to its nature, norms in legal domain can be broadly classified into two main types, namely, 1. Regulative or prescriptive norms, which describe the deontic behavior of the contract, and 2. Constitutive norms, which regulate the creation of facts and modify the normative behavior of the contract. 15. 40. As different types of norms are generated in accordance with the rule types, identifying the rule types, thus, becomes a vital task in the rule generation process. Identifying the rules type wrongly not only affects the course of actions that are required by the rule to fulfill, but also imposes detrimental effects on the final outcomes of the whole system. For point 2, logical structure abstraction. Abstracting the logical structure of a legal document aims to identify the interactions and the intra- and interdependencies between different clauses that appear in the contract. In this subsection, we are going to describe the logical structure abstraction process, which amounts to the following activities. Determine logical relation. Tasks in a business process are normally executed in a coordinated manner and may possibly depend on each other's during the execution, which is also true in a business contract. For instance, Clause 5.2 in YWL Deed of Assignment, Warranties and Indemnity, accessed on June 20, 2018, prescribes 5.2 Each contributor indemnifies and will defend the foundation against any given by the contributor under Clause 5.1, which states the logical relation between Clauses 5.1 and 5.2. In some situations, a rule may also be used to specify that under certain circumstances a particular condition of a provision must be achieved, or the execution of that rule, and also the rules that follow it, should be suspended. Essentially, such logical relations define the applicability or absence of a rule that might depend fully, or in some cases, partially, on the provision of the other rules and can appear at provision level or between the propositions of the rule. In this sense, for a better understanding among the interactions of the rules that are being generated, it is crucial to identify the logical relations between different clauses within a contract. Determine the normative effects. Norms intend to achieve a desired state or consequences. Essentially, the intention of the rules determines the type of normative effects that they want to achieve. As mentioned in the last subsection, depending on the applicability conditions and intention, norms in the legal domain can be classified into constitutive norms and prescriptive norms and can be generated from different types of rules accordingly. Depending on the applicability conditions and intention, the effects of the rule can be of different types. For example, a rule may ascribe the legal quality of person or object, qualificatory effects. Some may impose obligation or impose restriction to refrain from a certain action, deontic effects, while other may state the modifications of norms such as substitution, abrogation, or repeal, see 41, for other types of normative effects. Hence, in this step, the analyst should look for the desired effects that a rule is intended to achieve. For point 3, normative rules generation, the if, then structure. Rules prescribed in statutory law can be very complex. In most cases, it may also prescribe certain constraints on actions in order to achieve some specific behavior. In AI and legal domain, it is widely acknowledged that rules can be analyzed according to their behavior and the contexts under which they are created. Thus, rules in general have conditions like structure, 41, 42, as shown below. Alpha 1, alpha, beta 1, beta, if, alpha 1, alpha n, then, beta 1, beta n. 1. Where alpha 1, alpha alpha 1, alpha n and beta 1, beta beta 1, beta n are the antecedents, conditions, and the desired consequences, legal effects, of the rule, respectively. Note that the antecedent of the norms can be empty, meaning that their effects do not depend on any condition. However, such norms may be deceptively ambiguous and limit the case of conditional norms in some situations. 43. In the context of BPC, norms may prescribe conditions relevant to different aspects of a business process. For example, a norm may intend to achieve some legal effects during a certain period of time, temporal, by involving some content, data, achieved by some agents, resources, and by following a certain order of operations, control flow. Thus, in order to cater to the needs of different requirements that may appear in a business contract, we extend the if. Then structure by incorporating the control flow, data, resources, and temporal elements into it, as illustrated in equation 2. 2. Where is the element, which can be a task, an entity, data, resources, etc., that the rule is applicable to, and legal effects 1, legal effects and legal effects 1, legal effects n are the set of legal effects to be generated by the rule. Note that a rule might include one or more elements relevant to the tasks of the process. For point 4, business contract norms extraction. Based on the methodologies that we proposed above, in this section, we are going to extract the normative requirements from the business contract by examining its preconditions and logical conditions, which define the basis of interactions between obligations and control the behavior of tasks involved in the contract. We use the extended if. Then structure proposed an equation, 2, as a template to give a pseudo-representation of the rules being extracted from the contract, and generate the applicable conditions and their legal effects according to the entities and activities involved using the methodologies proposed in the sections before. For this purpose, our discussions will be based on Section 3 and Section 4 of the contract, cf. Section 3, which cover various types of deontic effects and contain clauses that are interacting with each others. Note that, for the sake of clarity, we use X to refer to the section X that appear in the sample contract, and section Y refers to the section Y that appear in this paper. Intuitively, Section 3 of the contract gives us the following information. Section 3, Provisions for Making Payment. A. The provider shall issue an invoice for making payment claims against the services provided, and B. The principal is obliged to pay, in full, all the payments and/or penalties to provider after receiving the invoice for services performed. C. Any payments must be paid within 15 days from the date of receipt of the provider's invoice by the due date. D. Pursuant to Clause 3C, if the principal fails to pay the amount within the due date of provider's invoice, then those charges will be accrued late interest at the rate of 3% of the outstanding balance per day if the payment is made within 7 days from the due date. E. If the payment is not made within 7 days from the due date of provider's invoice, another 2.5% late interest per day on top of the rate imposed in Clause 3D shall be imposed on the compounded amount of the invoice, and the payment must be made within next 10 working days. F. The contract is terminated for 3 defaults. G. Pursuant to Section 4 of the contract, the principal may suspend or delay any payments until a resolution of any conflicts is agreed upon. However, the principal shall make any suspended/outstanding payments within 3 working days from the day a resolution is agreed upon. Hence, using the methodology proposed in Section 4.1 to abstract the document, we have precondition, services provided, trigger, an invoice was issued, process fragment. Figure 5 depicts the business process modeling notation, BP-MEN, model of the fragment of elicited activities for the terms of payment process, which is designed based on the interactions prescribed in the section. Figure 5. Terms of payment process fragment. The following clausal conditions can be extracted from the clauses above. C1. Provider must issue an invoice to claim any payments. C2. Principal receives the issued invoice. C3. Principal must pay received invoice in full within 15 days. C4. If invoice deadline is violated, a 3% per day interest compensates it that must be paid within 7 days. C5. If the defaulted invoice is violated, another 2.5% interest compensating the violation must be paid within 10 days. C6. The contract is terminated if 3 defaults of invoice occur. C7. Subject to any unresolved conflict, the principal can delay any payment to the provider under Clause 3G. C8. Suspended payments must be paid within 3 days if the resolution of the conflict is agreed upon. and details of the terms of payment-related activities and constraint types along with the process perspectives and responsible agents are illustrated in Table 1. Table 1. Activities and constraints for terms of payment. Based on the information above, next, we extract the logical conditions together with their effects for the applicable obligations prescribed in the contract. LC1, LC2, LC3. Clauses C1, C3 prescribe the conditions for the interactions and define logical dependencies between different clauses. In addition, they define which agents are involved and guide through ways how the activities should be carried out and the normative effects being produced during or after the interactions. For example, to make a payment claim, the provider has to issue an invoice as illustrated in Rule LC1. On the other hand, on receiving the invoice, the principal has a non-preemptive, persistent achievement obligation, OPNP, to pay the invoice within 15 days, Rule LC3. The symbol minus in Rule LC2 represents an arbitrary event, which can be anything, such as an obligation, an activity, a null value, etc. To compensate a violation, first we have to have a violated obligation. Hence, we have to analyze the clauses and understand where the obligation has been violated and how it can be compensated. So, based on equation 2, below is the pseudo-representation of how a violated obligation and its compensation be represented. The meaning of the above rule is that, given the rule conditions, if the primary obligation is violated, that is, the effect is generated, instead of, then a secondary obligation will be triggered to compensate the violated obligation. Note, here it is possible that the newly enforced obligation may compensate the violated obligation by including previous, as well as new conditions from the violated obligation, or it will override the violated obligation with giving some totally new conditions. Consequently, the clauses C4, C6 can be modeled as follows. LC4, LC5, LC6. Note here that, since the compensated obligations are themselves obligations, cf. Section 2, it can further be violated and compensated again in a recursive manner. This type of behavior is captured by rules LC4, LC6, such that the violated obligation in LC4 is compensated by the obligation in LC5, while the violated obligation in LC5 is then further compensated by the obligation in LC6. Besides, the logical conditions in LC6 also capture the logical dependencies between these clauses and the data and resources being utilized. As mentioned before, the interactions of different clauses within a contract can be very complex across different sections, and a number of situations may occur, which can be important from the compliance checking perspective. For instance, under C3, the principal has the obligation to pay the invoice within 15 working days from the provider's issue date. However, due to C7, which is subject to clauses in Section 4 of the contract, the principal has the permission to delay the payment if there is an unresolved conflict. Hence, we have the following rules. LC7, LC8. LC7 illustrates the permission to delay delaying payment in case of any unresolved conflict. In the structure, we do not have an exact value to the variable time as it refers to the time until when a resolution of the conflict is agreed upon as represented in LC8, that the delayed payment must be made within 3 days after the resolution. In a similar vein, Section 4 of the contract tells us the following information. Section 4, request to change the scope of the contract. A. The principal can request any changes in the scope of the contract. B. Principal shall make a formal request to change the scope of the contract. C. Request changes can be either major changes or minor changes. D. Provider can accept or reject requested changes. E. If provider accept major request, she shall seek approval from principal. F. Principal shall pay for any accepted major changes to the contracted services. G. For any minor changes, provider shall not claim any payment. H. All changes, major/minor, shall be documented. Hence, by abstracting the document, we have precondition, an enforced contract, trigger, change in scope request, process fragment. Figure 6 depicts the process fragment of the elicited activities for the changes in scope request process. The following clausal conditions can be extracted from the above clauses. Figure 6. Changes in scope request fragment. C9. Principal can request changes in the scope of contract. C10. Formal request must be made for any changes in the contract. C11. A change request can be either A. A major change request. B. A minor change request. C12. Provider is permitted to accept or reject the request. C13. For accepted major change request, provider must seek principal's approval. C14. Principal must pay for accepted changes. C15. Provider is prohibited to claim any costs for minor changes. C16. All changes to the contract conditions must be documented. Table 2 summarizes the activities, responsible agents, and applicable constraints with their types for the request for changes process. Subsequently, the following can be generated, which include the logical conditions and legal effects of the applicable obligations for the above conditions. LC9, LC10, LC11, LC12, LC13, LC14, LC15, LC16. Table 2. Change request activities and constraints. 5. Evaluation of Penelope and PCL. In this section, we are going to discuss and evaluate the two prominent and widely used CMFs, namely Penelope and PCL. Notice that there are other CMFs reported in literature. For details, we refer the reader to 3. 5. Our goal is to assess the feasibility and capabilities of different, logical, formalisms in modeling the normative requirements that are commonly found in business contracts. In the following, we provide a short overview of the two frameworks and the underlying formalisms used. Then, based on their respective approaches, we will encode different types of norms that appear in the contract, cf. Section 3, and compare it using the methodologies presented in Section 4. For this purpose, we adopt the evaluation criteria described in 44. 5.1. Process entailment for elicitation of obligations and permissions, Penelope. Penelope 8 is a declarative framework that declaratively captures obligations and permission constraints in the form of deontic assignments. It uses deontic properties for modeling obligations, permissions, and conditional commitments, as illustrated in Table 3 for compliance verification of business processes. Table 3. Deontic properties of Penelope, adopted from 8. The framework uses a proprietary algorithm to generate the state space and control flow of the business processes. The state space in the Penelope-generated process corresponds to a set of permissions and obligations that are in force at a particular task. The interactions between the tasks flow in a linear fashion from one state to another. All states are enumerated until no obligation or permission is held at a state or if there is a violation which cannot be repaired. Once all state spaces are computed, The algorithm then draws the BP-MEN model for an agent of a business interaction. The tasks of the process are drawn whenever an obligation set contains all the obligations to fulfill by an agent in the activity. Since the modeling of business interactions between all participating agents is supported, any violations of obligations from a third-party agent is drawn as intermediate timeout events, whereas the errors and end events are drawn if a violation of obligations or permissions by an agent in a state is found. With the designed compliant process models, various types of inconsistencies, e.g., deontic, temporal, and trust conflicts, can be identified. However, the generated process models are not meant to execute the process. It is rather to aid the process designers to check the impact of control flow and timing constraints on business process design. The deonic assignments in Penelope are modeled using event calculus, EC 45, which provides a rich set of axioms for capturing the behavior of dynamic occurrences of domain-dependent and domain-independent events. EC is based on the idea of states of time-varying properties of the world, called fluent, which were initiated by some events at earlier time and hold at a particular time point, and not terminated by some other events between that time period. Accordingly, a fluent does not hold at some time if it was previously terminated and not resumed during that time. 46. The logic provides predicates expressing various types of states of event occurrences, e.g., happens, occurrence of an event at a time point, initiates, an event triggers the property of a system, terminates, an event terminates the property of the system, and holds at, that the property of a system holds at a time point. Also, some auxiliary predicates to express premature termination, clipped, and resumption, declipped, of an event at a particular point in time between the interval. The initially true and initially false allows the modeling of the system states where only partial information about the domain is available. In contrast, the domain-independent axioms describe the states when a variable, fluent, holds or does not hold at a particular point in time. For example, the axioms as in 47. Holds at Pt2, happens Pt1, and initiates X Pt1, and T1 T2, and clipped T1 Pt2. E1. The axiom, E1, states that the fluent P continues to hold until an event occurs that terminates it. Holds at Pt2, happens X T1, and terminates X Pt1, and T1 T2, and declipped T1 Pt2. E2. Axiom E2 states that the fluent P that has been terminated by the event X continues to hold until it is resumed, initiated, by some other event occurrence. The above axioms can be used to model the non-deterministic behavior of the system. Hence, EC is used for modeling obligations that can be affected by unpredictable situations. See 47 for a detailed discussion on EC predicates. Modeling contractual constraints with Penelope. Now we are ready to model the various obligation types of the business contract of Section 3. Using the semantic properties of Penelope, we first model the clauses of making payments of the contract where the provider issues the invoice to make any payment claims. Most of the clauses have dependency over other clauses, and thus, there exist a complex interactions between them. The logical conditions and rules, LC1 and LC3. To begin with, the logical conditions and rules, LC1 and LC3, can be modeled as initiates, provide service, oblig, provider, issue invoice, FFI, tau. Happens, provide service, tau, and holds at, provide service, tau, and tau less than or equal to delta. E3. Initiates, receive invoice, oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, tau. happens, issue invoice, tau, and holds at, provide service, tau, and tau less than or equal to delta. E4. From axiom E3, we have initiates, provide service, oblig, provider, issue invoice, FFI, tau, referring to an obligation that enters into force when the fluent, provide service, holds at time tau tau, and is fulfilled by the due date delta delta. The event provide service, which happens at time tau tau, triggers the obligation. Axiom E4 states that given an issued invoice, the principal has to pay the invoice at before the deadline delta delta, i.e., initiates, receive invoice, oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, tau, when the fluent provided service holds at tau tau, i.e., holds at, provide service, tau. There are a number of issues with the above representations. Firstly, the base predicate initiates, by EC definition, does not initiate the deontic assignment, i.e., a norm, from the time when the triggering event occurs, but from the next instant, meaning that the effects of the deontic assignment do not enter into force at the time of event occurrence. In real situations, there can be cases when the effects of an obligation enter into force with the event occurrence. For example, the obligation to issue the invoice in clause C1 immediately enters into force when the contract is signed, not from the next instant after signing it. Secondly, there can be situations where the deontic assignment might not immediately enter into force when the event triggering the obligation occurs. This is due to the fact that the triggering of an event does not necessarily mean the actual initiation of a legal norm. In fact, the obligation, or in EC terms, the fluent, may not necessarily appear as an argument of the initiate's predicate. Thirdly, in many cases, each obligation can have its own specific triggering events, and the occurrence of any of those triggering events can initiate the obligation. Besides, there could be a delay between the time when the triggering event occurs and the time when the deontic assignment enters into force, meaning that an obligation can be held deontically only when it is deontically initiated. However, with the current EC initiates predicate, it is not possible to deontically trigger an obligation. The obligation termination axiom in Penelope, cf. Table 3, is defined as follows. Terminates, FF, oblig, set, FF, FFI, tau, tau less than or equal to delta. E5, which states that the obligation fluent alpha alpha is terminated at time tau tau. Now consider the logical conditions in Rule LC3, where the principal has the obligation to pay the received invoice if she has received services under the contract. Hence, the terminating conditions for Rule LC3 can be modeled as below. Terminates, paid invoice, oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, tau.
Holds at, paid invoice, TAF, TAF delta.
E6. Meaning that the event paid invoice terminates the obligation fluent Y pay invoice at tau tau. Similar to the initiates predicate, the issue with the terminates predicate is that the obligation might possibly not terminate even during the time when the applicable conditions have been fulfilled. Here, there could be two reasons for that. The obligation is still relevant to other obligations that are in force in other tasks, i.e., having a dependency with other obligations. Or the obligation has its own terminating events, and triggering of one of those events is required for the termination. Hence, from the process compliance perspective, an obligation can be deontically terminated only if it is deontically initiated, and after the termination the obligation should cease its effects. The issue here is that when using the initiates predicate in Penelope, it would lead to temporal conflicts such that both predicates, initiates, and terminates can be fired at the same time instant. For instance, from axiom E4, we have initiates, oblig, principal, pay invoice, delta, tau, receive invoice, oblig, principal, pay invoice, delta, tau, where the event initiates the obligation fluent at time tau that must be fulfilled by the deadline delta delta, while the event ypay invoice, in the argument of the terminates predicate of axiom, E6, can also be fired at the same time instance tau, which leads to the immediate termination of the obligation fluent, and subsequently making the compliant verification process pointless. This problem appears owing to the last condition of the terminates predicates, regarding when an event can be terminated, i.e., tau less than or equal to delta tau less than or equal to delta. A solution to this has been proposed by extending EC with deontic operators. 34. However, it seems that more work needs to be done before the Penelope community can adapt to it. So far, we have discussed how obligations and permission can be represented in Penelope and some issues that may appear. In the following, we are going to examine how violations and, respectively, the CTD obligations are handled in Penelope. The logical conditions in Rule LC16 give the prohibition conditions forbidding the provider to claim any payments from the principal for any minor request. However, it is impossible to model such conditions directly in Penelope as it is operated under close world assumption. 48. Prohibitions are implicitly assumed when no obligation or permission can be derived. However, one possible way to model prohibitions with Penelope semantics could be by modeling them as negative permissions. This is due to the fact, in most variants of deonic logic, permissions are considered as the lack of obligations and can be modeled as dual of each other, i.e., delta is identical to delta O delta it's identical to P delta and delta it's identical to delta O delta it's identical to P delta. 18, 49, 50. This duality relation can be written as delta 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 P delta, meaning that if we have the obligation to do delta delta, we also have the permission to do delta delta. 42. Note that the reverse may not be true. That is, if we are prohibited, F, to do delta delta, then, logically speaking, we do not have the permission to do delta delta, i.e., delta equals delta F delta equals P delta, or written formally, we have delta equals delta F delta equals O delta. Hence, the prohibition conditions in Rule LC16 can be modeled as the negation of the permission of the original fluent, as shown below. Initiates, change request, perm, contractor, claim costs, FFI, tau. Happens, change request, tau, and holds at, minor change request, tau, and tau less than or equal to delta. E7. The meaning of axiom E7 is that given a minor change request, the prohibition, i.e., perm enters into force at state tau forbidding the provider from claiming the costs for a minor change request. As now the logical conditions drawing a prohibition in Rule LC16 can be modeled, we may still not have the effects of the norm due to the above discussed problems with the initiates and terminates predicates. Thus, checking the compliance of above conditions may still not be possible. The logical conditions in Rule LC8 give the conditions for both the cases of minor and major change request, where principal has the obligation to pay for the requested change, can be collectively modeled as initiates, change request, oblig, principal, pay costs for changes, FFI, tau. Happens, change request, tau, and holds at, major request and approved changes, tau.
Taf delta.
E8. Axiom, E8, states that the obligation to pay costs for major changes is triggered when the major changes request is approved holds at, and tau, major request and approved changes, tau at time instance tau. Next, we examine the case of violations handling and the obligations arising from the violations of primary obligations. Reporting and handling violations of rules is one of the major requirements for a compliance management framework. 51. Timely reporting the violations allows the analysts to address the problems at the very beginning of the process design, thus saving lots of effort and time. Now, we look at how Penelope handles various violation situations, whether the notion of violations can be effectively handled with Penelope's violation semantics, and whether modeling the compensation, contrary to duty, obligation is possible. The logical conditions and rules LC4, LC6, which give the violation conditions and compensating, contrary to duty, obligations arising from the violations. Consider the rule LC4, where the principal has the obligation to pay an invoice within 15 days, can be modeled as: initiates receive invoice, oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, tau. Happens issue invoice, tau, and holds at received invoice, tau, and tau less than or equal to delta. E9. Axiom E9 gives full instantiation of the interaction of the event, from where we get initiates, oblig, principal, pay invoice, delta, tau, receive invoice, oblig, principal, pay invoice, delta, tau. Meaning that an obligation to pay the invoice enters into force at time tau that must be paid by the deadline delta delta. Now, assume that the obligation to pay invoice is violated. Then, using the violation semantics mentioned in Table 3, we have happens violation, oblig, set, FF, FFI, delta. Holds at oblig, set, FF, FFI, delta, and tilde operator happens, FF, delta. E10. The meaning of axiom E10 is that the obligation to do alpha alpha is violated if the obligation that should hold at time delta delta does not appear. That is, a violation of obligation is triggered if the contents of the enforced obligation cannot be achieved by the deadline. Assuming that the obligation in axiom E9 is now violated, based on the violation conditions set out in Rule LC5, we have the following axiom. Happens violation, oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, delta. Holds at oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, delta, and tilde operator happens, pay invoice, delta. E11. From axiom E11, we have holds at oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, delta, principal, pay invoice, FFI, delta, meaning that the principal has the obligation to pay the invoice by the deadline delta delta, i.e., 15 days from the issue date. If she did not pay on time, i.e., tilde operator happens, pay invoice, delta, pay invoice, delta becomes true, then a violation of the obligation will appear, and from axiom E11, we derive happens violation, oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI, delta. Here, we have an issue regarding the temporal validity of the axiom above. In legal domain, a conclusion about whether a violation has occurred can only be made after the prescribed deadline has been passed. However, as can be seen in axiom 12, the evaluation of the violation and the triggering event both take place at time instance delta delta, which is not consistent with our practice. Consider, for example, the violation semantics of persistent obligations as illustrated in Figure 7, where the obligation holds between times n and m. The obligation fluent can hold until the last moment and could be fulfilled by the deadline, i.e., m, where a violation can only be triggered if the obligation contents are not achieved after the deadline has passed, i.e., plus 1m plus 1. According, there are other types of obligations, such as maintenance obligations, which are enforced in interval, and the fluent for such obligations must hold for all instances of time in the interval. The violation of such obligations may occur any time during the interval and even before the deadline. Here the objection with the Penelope semantics is on detecting violations at the deadline delta, which is meaningless for many real-life applications. Figure 7. Violation semantics of persistent obligations, adopted from 11. Another issue with the violation semantics is due to the notion of violations without reparation, VWR, that it built upon.
VWR happens violation oblig, FF, fee, initiates violation oblig, FF, fee, oblig, FF, fee, VWR happens violation oblig, FF, fee, initiates violation oblig, FF, fee, oblig, FF, fee.
Meaning that after the violation of an obligation happens, no further obligation will be initiated and the penalty can be imposed directly. Essentially, this notion of violation without reparation is closely related to Anderson's reduction view, 52, of norms that whenever there is a violation, a direct penalty is imposed, 53. However, this may not be the case in legal domain. Instead, by compensating or repairing the violated obligation, the process can still be executed compliantly, but only in a subideal situation. Generally, the violation conditions of an obligation include the conditions of whether or not the obligation is compensable after violation. Such compensatory conditions were provided by analysts at the time of modeling the norms. The logical conditions in Rule LC6 is one such case where a subideal situation is sought if the primary obligation is failed to be realized, which can be represented in Penelope as initiates, violation, oblig, principal, pay invoice, FFI-O.
Oblig, principal, pay compound invoice, delta, TAF, delta, TAF, delta.
E12. Initiates, violation, oblig, principal, pay compound invoice, FFI-O.
Oblig, principal, pay compound invoice with 2, pende interest, delta, TAF, delta, TAF, delta.
E13. Axiom E12 states that the obligation to pay compound invoice, actual invoice plus interest, enters into force at time instant tau after the primary obligation has been violated at a previous deadline delta. Notice, EC does not lack expressiveness to represent the notion of compensation, which can be trivially modeled as shown above, but the notion of compensations is not considered in Penelope. However, we still have some issues with the above representation. First, because of the earlier discussed issues with the initiates predicate, we may not get the effects of the newly initiated obligation onto the task. Also, it might be possible that the compensating obligation does not immediately enter into force, but rather after some time delay because the compensating obligation may has its own specific triggering event. Second, the violation is triggered at the deadline, not after the deadline has been passed. Nonetheless, at delta it might still be possible to pay the invoice since the obligation is still in force. Hence, using Penelope violation semantics triggering the violation at the deadline does not make sense because the representation does not reflect the actual situation. As previously discussed, cf. Section 2, compensations are obligations themselves that can further be violated, and there can be situations where the compensated obligations are repetitively violated and compensated for. The logical conditions in rules LC5 and LC6 represent such cases where the repeated violations of the obligation to pay invoice is compensated recursively in the sense that every time the obligation is violated, The contents of the violated obligation are accumulated to the compensatory obligation for a recursive compensation. In some situations, it might be possible that the primary obligation is not compensated in the first instance. For instance, consider the case when the principal pays the 3% interest only but not the invoiced amount. The primary obligation is violated again. Then, in the next instance, axiom E13, the invoice is paid, the obligation is compensated, and no further action is necessary. Even though the aim of compensating a violated obligation is to avoid any potential issues, not all violations can be compensated, even when penalties are enforced for noncompliance. For instance, the rule LC6 prescribes the conditions for terminating the contract as follow. Initiates, violation, oblig, principal, pay compound invoice with 2.5% interest, FFI, O.
Oblig, contractar, terminate contract, delta, TAF, delta, TAF, delta.
E14. The meaning of the above axiom is that the contractor has an obligation to terminate the contract if the principal does not fulfill the obligation, compensating the violation. For this, we get violation, oblig, principal, pay compound invoice with 2.5% interest, FFI, O, meaning that the obligation to pay compound invoice is violated at time instant delta delta, which initiates the obligation at time tau tau to fulfill the obligation by a new deadline delta delta. Accordingly, apart from the previously discussed issues with the predicates initiates and terminates, the conditions in this axiom give rise to an interesting question as to how to determine whether a process is compliant with the obligations after violations in Penelope. As the conditions in Rule LC6 of Clause C6 state, the contract is terminated after 3 violations of payments and/or penalties. However, Penelope only provides support for violations detections, which is based on VWR. The language itself does not consider compensations. Hence, issues may appear when modeling compensation obligations with Penelope. 5.2. Process Compliance Language, PCL. PCL 9 is a formal language for the specifications of regulatory norms. The language is based on defeasible logic, DL, 54, and its modal extension, modal defeasible logic, MDL, 55, and can be used to model the deontic behaviors of a business contract. It consists of a finite set of modal literals that can be used to represent states of variables and/or tasks of a process. A literal is either an atomic proposition or its negation. That is, given a literal L, tilde operator L denotes its complement. If equals L equals P, then tilde operator equals tilde operator L equals P, and if equals L equals P, then tilde operator equals tilde operator L equals P. If X is a deontic operator and L is a literal, then XL and its negation, XL, are deontic literals. Preferences among deontic literals can be specified using a superiority relation. Table 4 shows the set of deontic operators that PCL supports for representing different types of obligation, which includes almost all the deontic concepts that we have discussed in Section 2. In addition, PCL also supports CTD obligations through the notion of reparation chain or circle times expression, where circle times is the CTD structure operator, 56. That is, the meaning of an expression 1 circle times 2 circle times midline horizontal ellipsis circle times C1 circle times C2 circle times midline horizontal ellipsis circle times CN, where C1, CN are deontic literals is that once one is obligatory. But if the obligation of once one is violated, then the violation is compensated by 2C2. Given that both once one and 2C2 are violated, the obligation will then be compensated by 3C3 and so on so forth. Table 4. PCL obligation operators, adopted from 9. Modeling contractual constraints with PCL. In what follows, we are going to model the logical conditions of the contract presented in Section 3 using PCL and discuss how interactions between different contractual clauses can be modeled efficiently. Firstly, the prescribed constraints in rules LC1 and LC3 can be modeled as payment claims OPNP issue invoice. P1. Payment claims issued invoice, received invoice, OPNP pay invoice within 15 days. P2. The meaning of formulas P1 and P2 respectively is that given services provided, it is a persistent, non-preemptive obligation of the provider to issue an invoice for making any payment claims, which must be consequently paid within 15 days from its issuance. Notice, we have events issued invoice and received invoice embedded into formula P2 in order to capture the effects and dependencies between the agents, giving thus a clear picture of the interaction. As was previously discussed, that handling the violations and dealing with obligations arising from the violations is a fundamental requirement for properly representing norms from a business process perspective. This is because generally processes operate in highly unpredictable environments, and they tend to deviate from their intended course, and thus may not produce correct results. However, some norms prescribe countermeasures on how to recover from the violation situations. The logical conditions and rules, LC4, LC6, respectively, present interesting situations where an obligation is violated and another obligation aiming to repair the violation enters into force. And if the violations is unrepairable, then a penalty is enforced. PCL provides a non-Boolean connective circle times to form the expression connecting the primary obligation and its violation conditions with the compensating obligation. The PCL formulas for rules LC4, LC6 can be written collectively as payment claims issued invoice, received invoice, OPNP pay invoice within 15 days. Circle times pay compound with 3% interest, circle times pay compound with 5.5% interest. P3. Payment claims issued invoice, received invoice, OPNP pay invoice within 15 days. Circle times pay compound with 3% interest. Circle times pay compound with 5.5% interest, circle times terminate contract. P4. Clearly, formula P3 states that if the invoice is not paid within the stipulated time, a 3% interest is applicable, which in turn becomes 5.5% per day in case principal fails to pay the invoice in next 7 days upon first violation. Essentially, in the chain expression, depending upon the situation, each violated obligation is compensated by another obligation, amending the violation of the previous obligation. Also, depending on an obligation and its violation conditions, an obligation can be recursively compensated for any violations. The PCL chain expression carries the information about the violated obligations in the formula, e.g., paying the invoice with 5.5% interest recursively compensates the primary obligation. Since the objective of compensation obligation is to achieve a subideal situation after the violation, not in all cases the violation of an obligation and its compensation can continue indefinitely, thus, ultimate penalty is imposed. 11. Formula P4 captures such situations where upon 3 consecutive defaults the contract is terminated. Notice that the logical conditions in formulas P3 and P4 can be individually modeled with the PCL trivially. However, it may introduce redundancies between the rules where the behavior of the second rule may be implied by the first rule. PCL efficiently handles redundancies, and the reparation chains are created on the notion of subsumption, which is out of the scope of this paper. See 9 for details. Received invoice, unresolved conflict per delay payment. P5. Received invoice, unresolved conflict, delayed payment, resolved conflict. OPNP, pay delayed payment. P6. Formula, P5, models an exception as permission which explicitly permits the principal to delay the payment until a resolution to an unresolved conflict is agreed. Formula, P6. Notice that exception rules by no means compensate the violation, but they create situations where some non-ideal situations may be prevented temporarily. Accordingly, putting a temporary freeze on the obligation does not terminate the obligation. Instead, it may prevent the effects that may be produced the task. Next, we model the norms for change request process for which the contract prescribes various requirements. Enforce contract per request change. P7. Enforce contract, OPNP, make formal request for changes. P8. The logical condition in Rule LC9 permits the principal to request changes to the contractual services. Essentially, formula P7 is a permission-based constraint which is mapped using PCL's semantics operator purpose for permissions. Formula P8 establishes that if the principal intends to make a request for changes, then it must be formally requested for which a formal request for changes is required. The obligation resulting from this rule is a non-preemptive, persistent obligation. It is non-preemptive in the sense that the obligation only needs to be discharged if a formal request is sent. Enforce contract, formal changes request, major request. Per, accept major request. P9. Enforce contract, formal changes request, major request. Per, reject major request. P10. The meaning of formulas P9 and P10, respectively, is that given a formal request for major changes, the provider is permitted to either accept or reject any major changes in the terms of the contract. Notice that we have modeled the rule separately into two independent rules, since, unlike Penelope, which provide an XOR operator to model decision-based rules, PCL does not provide structural patterns, i.e., in this case, the OR operator, for such constraints. Besides, PCL does not consider sort of, meaning that a variable cannot be a literal and event simultaneously for creating formulas. Thus, it is required to divide them into multiple formulas to distinguish the variables attached to the obligation as well as to determine the type of each obligation separately. Enforce contract, formal changes request, accepted major request. OPNP, seek approval. P11. Enforce contract, formal changes request, accepted major request. Approved changes, OPNP, pay costs for major changes. P12. In contrast, formula P11 states that if the contractor accepts the changes request, then it is obligatory for the contractor to seek approval for the major changes. The obligation resulting from this rule is a persistent achievement obligation. As was previously discussed, a persistent obligation remains in force until the obligation has been fulfilled or a penalty is imposed, whereas formula P12 states that the principal is responsible to pay the additional fee for any approved changes, i.e., starts to hold. Enforce contract, formal changes request, minor request. OM, claim cost for change. P13. Enforce contract, formal changes request, Chan Gesto contract. OPNP document changes. P14. Formula P13 maps an interesting case, CF rule, LC15, where the contractor is prevented from claiming any costs of minor changes, prescribing thus a prohibition. The formula captures the constraint as maintenance obligation because it is not possible to directly model prohibitions with the PCL semantics, as the language does not provide any pattern, operator, for modeling prohibitions. Essentially, a maintenance obligation implements prohibitions 11, where the content of an obligation must be fulfilled for all the instances or intervals in which the obligation is in force. Hence, in modeling the prohibition in formula P13 as maintenance obligation, we again subscribe to the duality relation between permission and obligation in mapping axiom E7 in section 5.1. In contrast, formula P14 is a non-preemptive persistent obligation where both the parties have an obligation to update the contract document, which can be trivially modeled using PCL. 6. Related work. In this section, we discuss existing studies where EC and DL and its modal extension, i.e. MDL, have been used for modeling and reasoning about the legal norms. In addition, we also discuss comparative evaluations reported in literature and compare them with work presented in this paper. 6.1. Event calculus-based modeling approaches. EC has been extensively studied in multi-agent systems, MAS, for modeling and reasoning about agents' behaviors, interaction, and planning 57, 58, 59, 60, and has been equally exploited in studying the capabilities of modeling and reasoning with normative systems in legal and BPC domains. In 61, a first-order model of using and representing norms for MS is proposed. The norms have been considered from the events, event types, and actions perspectives and formally modeled using EC. The framework also considers the deontic concepts, e.g., actions, agency, and time, and constructs the formal representation using the fluent deontic and temporal predicates. In addition, the conflicts between the interactions among agents are captured using the violation predicates with respect to the time when an agent violates the interaction conditions. Elecol et al. 62 propose a model of self-managing MAS by adopting the EC-based axiomatization approach proposed in 63, which allowed them to model the metric time constraints capturing the normative requirements in a formal way for the verification and runtime monitoring of the compliance constraints. The norms are modeled by means of goal/goal systems norms visually expressing the relations between the business process pairs to capture the business requirements. Paschke and Bickler, 64, provide a logical framework for automating electronic contracts for representing complex business rules and business policies. The authors integrate the EC into other logical formalisms, e.g., horn logic, deontic logic, and event conditions actions, ECA, rules, to model the contract states and deontic concepts, e.g., obligations, permissions, as time-varying fluents. Evans and Ayers, 65, use EC for encoding deontic clauses in contracts for data use rules and monitoring of subsequent compliance of these rules. Their work is similar to the study of 66, with the exception that the logic programming used in their work is formalized in EC to represent the deontic states explicitly, while the latter is a declarative approach for modeling various contract rules types. Ours is different from these studies as we consider rather complex obligation modalities and the effects of violations, while they only work on basic deontic notions, i.e., achievement, permissions, and prohibitions. With the exception of the work by Elecol et al. 62, where authors are able to model violations and obligations arising from the violation, yet the notion of per durant obligations is not covered. Yolam and Singh, 67, study norms as social commitments capturing the obligations in the context of protocols. The authors employ Shanahan's version of EC 68 for modeling base level and conditional commitments. Primarily, the study focuses on persistent commitments and provides EC axioms for reasoning commitments and operations on them. Also, it deals with the violation of commitments in the context of protocols to identify the non-compliant behavior of an agent. Overall, the notion of commitments used in this work is somewhat similar to ours, but their classes of commitments are context-specific, while our classes of obligations are generic and can be used in any context for compliance checking. Also, they do not have the notion of temporal proposition for modeling time interval, which is imperative for modeling maintenance obligations. Fornera and Colombetti, 69, provide formal specifications of commitments and pre-commitments, institutionalized power, and context using the EC. The formal representation of norms is limited to obligations and permissions only, as innate. Also, no distinction between different types of obligations and the effects of violation on the obligations has been made as we do, although the notion of sanctions has been formally presented in the study. A rather similar work by 70 provides EC-based formal specifications of obligations and permissions in the context of ad hoc networks. Alrawagva, 71, on the other hand, proposes a norms representation approach using EC enabling the agents to use norms in their practical reasoning. The work considers only two classes of norms, i.e., obligations and prohibitions, for which the authors introduced three fluents, namely FPUN and OPUN, which refer to obligation norm violation and prohibition norm violation, respectively, and ORU for obligation fulfillment. The extended fluents can be used for representing norms that are composed of several actions combined with the norm's context. However, this work does not consider other types of norms and various obligation modalities as we do. Also, this study follows Anderson's reduction view of norms that suggests every violation of a norm is followed by a sanction, 53. We argue that initially, not in every case sanctions can be directly imposed as a subideal situation can still make a business process compliant. The notion of compensation obligations and obligations perduring after the violation in our work are norms types that strengthen this argument. 6.2. Defeasible logic-based modeling approaches. Governatory and Milosevic, 72, presented a formal system for describing the contracts in terms of deontic concepts of obligations, permissions, and prohibitions. Their formalism supports the reasoning with violations and laid the foundations for the contract specifications language, business contract language, BCL. In order to capture the deontic behaviors of the contracts and their violations for compliance checking, the authors of 73 have extended BCL with a variant of MDL, 55, and called it formal contract language, FCL. Besides, the semantics of FCL also allow the determination of the current state of affairs, i.e., the notion of ideality, when comparing the business processes with the contractual constraints. However, these semantics support relatively simple normative expressions in which deontic constraints are expressed as single events. The support for rather complex event relationships is limited. In addition, the handling of deadlines in terms of FCL obligations modalities has been poorly expressed. Milosevic et al., 74, 75, use FCL to achieve compliance verification in a progressive manner. Initially, collaborative interactions or contract framing behavior among all involving parties is identified. Then, the process's compliance within each contracting entity is determined, followed by applying different heuristics at the end to reflect different contract conditions, specifying the set of actions to be taken when a violation occurs. The likelihood of contract violations is then checked at a supplementary stage of a process design. Scannapieco et al. 76, on the other hand, presented a formal approach using DL to integrate the business policy constraints with the organizational goals in such a way that a business process could fulfill the policy constraints and the organizational goals simultaneously. However, as mentioned in 77, the proponents of defeasible reasoning also noticed that deotic logic-based approaches might not be able to capture all the 8 fundamentals legal conceptions, namely 1. Right and no right, 2. Privilege and duty, 3. Power and disability, and 4. Immunity and liability, as stated in 78. Recent work in legal representation includes 2 open standards proposed by OASIS, namely OASIS LegalDoc-ML. WG_abbrev equals LegalDocML, accessed on October 15, 2022, and OASIS Legal Rule ML, WG_abbrev equals LegalRuleML, accessed on October 15, 2022. And the translation from Legal Rule ML to a variant of MDL has been proposed, 79. However, the concepts that can be represented in these emerging standards are still limited to the type of deontic behavior that has been mentioned in Section 2 of this paper. 6.3. Other approaches. Apart from EC and deontic logic-related formalisms, other formalisms, such as linear temporal logic, LTL, and branching time logic, BTL, and first-order logic, FOL, have been proposed in business processes modeling. However, it seems that the LTL and BTL-based frameworks, e.g., Business Process Modeling Notation Query, BPMenQ, 80, 81, Compass, 82, Declare, 83, 84, are unable to model the majority of obligation types in a conceptually rich way and lack of support in modeling situations due to violations or CTD obligations. Besides, it has been proved formally that LTL cannot properly model permissions, which is an important issue for representing norms in real life, 85. Similarly, the suitability of FL-based frameworks, e.g., Auditing Framework, 86, CFlows, 87, ECRG 88, is also questionable. As discussed in 89, it has been argued that FOL is not suitable to model real-life norms since FOL has no conceptual relevance to the legal domain. In addition, there are also formalisms that have been developed to resolve issues in the norms modeling process. For instance, Algamel et al. 90 has developed a language, Compliance Request Language, CRL, to model organization-specific compliance requirement. In a similar vein, Gonzalez and Delgado, 91, have recently proposed a language, Compliance Requirement Modeling Language, CRML, to model compliance requirements over BPMen. However, the scope of the former is a bit limited and can only be used as an auxiliary step to represent internalized compliance requirements into formal language, such as LTL. Whereas the latter was limited in modeling compliance requirements in interorganizational collaborative communication processes, lacking the support to model other aspects of compliance requirements such as human resources, equipments, dataset, etc. Besides, no details have been provided as to how this language is being implemented. 6.4. Works on comparative analysis. In the context of Compass Project, Algamel et al. 82 performed a comparative analysis of 3 modeling languages from a family of 2 logics for a design time compliance request language for modeling the compliance requirements. The performed analysis is based on the 11 key features identified using 2 case studies. These features also include the formality and expressiveness of the compared languages. The authors used a subset of norms types, thus, it is hard to establish the faithfulness of their performed comparison. Lai et al. 92 proposed an evaluation framework for comparing the core functionalities of existing compliance monitoring approaches. Their framework is built on typical 10 compliance monitoring functionalities derived from literature and case studies from different domains. However, their evaluation is limited in scope as their framework is restricted only to compliance monitoring approaches, while other approaches have not been considered. In addition, the core functionality of a compliance rule language, i.e., the expressive power to model the compliance rules, has not been incorporated into their analysis. Novotny and Leibel 93 provided correctness, transparency, comprehensibility, and multiple interpretation support as the criteria for good formalization of legal rules. Using these properties, they proposed an evaluation methodology for evaluating systems, tools, and method for formalizing legal rules. Wang et al. 94, on the other hand, reported an empirical analysis of model understanding and evaluated a range of business process and rule integration approaches from a rule linking perspective. These studies are different from our evaluations as the former does not consider expressiveness of the compliance rule modeling to intuitively capture the meanings of the legal rules, whereas latter focuses on gaining an understanding on the performance of business processes when linking the legal rules in terms of understanding effectiveness, efficiency, perceived mental efforts, and visual attention when modeling and linking the legal rules with business processes. A rather similar approach has been proposed in 91, however, the focus there is limited only to the compliance requirement for a modeling language. In comparison to our work, the authors explore the connection between the compliance modeling language and with the elements of BPMN 2.0. In addition to this, they present compliance requirements model-specific for specific business process and initial view on the post-more compliance evaluation with process mining. Whereas we focus on the expressiveness of compliance modeling language to intuitively capture the meaning of legal rule. Fennick et al. 95 evaluated the expressiveness of computation tree logic, CTL, and LTL with a deontic-based contract language CL, 96, and operation models, CSP 97, for modeling the full specifications of electronic contracts. In contrast, we evaluated the formal specifications of the business contract in terms of obligation modalities by defining the different types of obligations and examined whether or not the intuition of these modalities could be captured using different formalisms. Our evaluation differ from these studies as the former evaluations consider simple achievements, permission and prohibition constraints only examining the formality and expressiveness of the considered formalisms, whereas the latter focuses on the specifications of functional and behavior requirements only. 7. Discussion. In Section 5, we have formally evaluated the semantics of Penelope and PCL in modeling different types of norms, cf. Section 2, under different conditions, and a number of issues were identified. Table 5 provides a snapshot of the characteristics and the features supported by the two frameworks. Table 5. Penelope versus PCL. We have identified that Penelope is unable to model all types of obligations, such as preemptive, achievement, and maintenance obligations, and conditions that are associated with them, which is mainly caused by the restrictions of the EC predicates used in Penelope. Essentially, the EC space predicates initiates and holds at are unable to capture correctly when an obligation enters into force, meaning that these predicates and their dependencies may not be actually or accurately triggered at the correct time points. Accordingly, in many situations, an obligation may have its own set of triggers, and firing one of these triggers will initiate the obligation. However, with the current initiates predicate, it is not possible to have this effect. Thus, checking the compliance of the business process will be meaningless. In a similar vein, the terminates predicate also inflicts a similar issue, as an obligation can have a validity period until when it is in force and after which it is terminated, upon fulfillment or a violation is triggered. As the obligations cannot be terminated at the correct time points, compliance issues may arise due to the early or later termination of the obligations. Contrary to Penelope, PCL does not have these issues, as the language itself is able to capture the meaning of these notions through the use of different modal operators. 9. Similarly, prohibitions guide agents' behavior by putting constraints on what agents must refrain from performing during the course of their interaction in a task. 34. In Penelope, prohibitions are considered only under closed world assumption. 48. And implicitly assumed when no obligations or permissions can be derived. With existing EC predicates, a prohibition can be modeled as a negative permission. However, the problem with capturing the time when a deadline happens remains the same with the initiate's predicate. Hence, the Penelope's violation semantics are unable to initiative capture the violation. See Section 5.1. As it is not possible to signal the deadline until which an obligation conditions can be fulfilled. Otherwise, a violation may be triggered. In contrast, PCL represents prohibitions as maintenance obligations and has provided syntax to repair or compensate breached obligations. Penelope, however, does not include this feature, and users are required to model the compensations as events and embed them into the violation events to mimic the effects. As far as perdurance obligations are concerned, the current variants of both Penelope and PCL are not able to represent perdurant obligations. 11. However, this issue has been addressed in 98, enabling PCL to effectively capture all types of normative requirements. 8. Final remarks. Organizations are automating their business operations, including the fulfillment of their compliance reporting requirements. For this purpose, they use customizable tools to automatically generate compliance reports and other related documents. However, the effectiveness of such tools depends largely on their capabilities of providing modeling and reasoning support to different types of norms, and on how accurate the legal/normative requirements is in the modeled norms. In the past decades, many promising research efforts in this area have been reported in the literature. For instance, Bro et al. 99, 100, propose a tabular format approach for acquiring and representing data access requirements, and the management of the priorities between the data and access requirements. Furthermore, Subkota et al. 101 identify the document structure and exploit semantic concepts in the process ontology for the extraction of regulations to facilitate the automated alignment of the regulations. The former methodology primarily focused on the constraints related to the data and the objects of interest, and do not incorporate other process aspects. Moreover, their document analysis also limited the rule record format. The methodology reported here is complementary but different from these studies, as we incorporate the natural if-then structure to analyze the contents of the legal document and to extract the activities and types of obligations and their effects on the interactions between the activities. In addition to that, the if-then structure can also incorporate different process aspects, such as control flow, data, resources, etc., which are largely ignored during the analysis of legal documents. Using a real-life example, we have shown that the proposed methodology provides the guidance on how to abstract the structure of the regulatory text to determine which rules are relevant to an activity, i.e., of a business process under what conditions, effects of the norms, and what is the specific type of the rules. Moreover, our methodology also facilitates the backtracking of the interactions between the propositions of the rules as well as dependencies between them, and thus improves the traceability of the legal norms. besides the formal nature of the if. Then structure also allows us to directly embed the information extracted into a logical formalism for automated compliance checking. Mining normative information from legal documents is a time-consuming, error-prone, and technically complex task that even human lawyers have difficulties understanding and applying. 102. Thus, being able to capture the real intention of these information and formalize them precisely in a machine-understandable formalism is imperative for automated compliance checking. 103. 104. In this regard, the expressiveness of the underlying formalism used in a particular framework is of vital importance to achieve success. In this paper, we have evaluated two prominent modeling languages, namely Penelope and PCL, that can be used to model and validate business processes during design time. Our objective was to formally examine how these languages model and reason about normative requirements. We started by discussing our previously proposed classification model and the formal semantics of each of the classes. The classification is based on the temporal validity of norms, what constitutes a violation, and the effects of the violations. Then, using a real-life example, we modeled various contractual conditions with Penelope and PCL. Our formal evaluation showed that Penelope has fundamental deficiencies in modeling all types of norms for compliance checking. These deficiencies are not specific to the formal logic EC, which has some issues with its base predicates initiates and holds at, due to which the effects of the tasks cannot be captured onto business processes, but also the notions that are not considered by the language, such as prohibitions. The authors in 34 tackled some deficiencies in Penelope and introduced permission P and forbidden F deontic operators to properly capture obligations and permissions, respectively. As far as PCL is concerned, it can model almost all obligation classes under the classification model. However, at the moment, the reparation chain operator circle times is unable to model recursive compensation of multiple violations of an obligation or compensation obligation. Besides, legal documents may include nested modalities prescribing obligations, permissions, or exceptions. 21. A non-monotonic treatment and handling of nested modalities per se is a difficult task. 105. 106. PCL is unable to represent nested modalities. Besides, the evaluated version of PCL cannot model per Duran obligations, which has been addressed elsewhere in 98. As the future work, we plan to continue these evaluations and compare other CMFs based on different formalisms, such as LTL, BTL, FOL, etc., graph-based, such as BP-MENQ, and primitive-based languages to enhance the generalizability of the evaluation. Besides, as was mentioned before, that compliance requirements might be relevant to different aspects of business processes, we also plan to include them in our future evaluations. Another line of interest for future work is evaluating the prescriptive safety standards that cover a range of software lifecycle activities. In particular, we are interested in evaluating process models prescribed in automotive, ISO 26262, https://www.iso.org/standard/68383.html. Accessed on October 15, 2022, Railway, Senlec EN 50128. Accessed on October 15, 2022, Medical Devices, due 178C. Accessed on October 15, 2022, and Safety Critical Systems, IEC 61508, https://webstore, IEC, /publication/5515, accessed on October 15th. 2020